All right, good morning and welcome to our Planning Commission meeting for the county. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance, if we can. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Mr. Villalobos, if you could please provide the coverage announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the rest of the commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSP TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Samria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSP TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and the county's YouTube channel and will be available for download in a day or two. Shall I move on to roll call?
Yes, please.
I thank you. Commissioner Cooney?
Here.
Commissioner Bradley? Here. Commissioner Park?
Here.
Commissioner Reed?
Here.
And Chair Martinez.
Here.
Thank you.
And let's go on to the agenda status report.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. In regards to the status of the agenda, we have two items on our standard agenda. A telecom project on Clark Avenue, and then we have an appeal of the director's determination or director's approval of the Sentinel Peak truck rack project. And staff and applicants are available on all those projects and appellants to present today. I can move to the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Please.
So our next scheduled hearing is going to be on August 28th, and that will, looks like it's again here in Santa Maria. And on that hearing date, we actually have 4 items on that date. We have an appeal of the YMCA. I think that was a continuation. And then we have the outdoor cannabis cultivations for TAT Ventures. And then we also have the Perkins Place mixed use. And we also have the Ag Enterprise Ordinance. So the August 28th is going to be a full day for us.
Yes. I would have to report, though, that I know that I'm going to be out that by at least 2:30. That's because I have a court hearing, but all the rest of it, I'll be here. All righty.
And then moving down the calendar, September 4th, we have no items. And then we do have a note that Commissioner Cooney will be absent that day, so we recommend that we cancel that hearing. And then moving along September 11th, we are targeting taking a ordinance amendment to the Planning Commission related to board direction on amending the cannabis regulations, mainly in the coastal zone, related to enforcement, compliance, and developing a threshold. So that's on September 11th. That hearing will be in Santa Barbara. And then September 25th, we have a number of items on that hearing date, and that will be in Santa Barbara as well. We have scheduled a report on the Strauss Wind Energy Project adaptive management plan, and that's in regards to number of bird strikes that have occurred. There's a requirement for them to return to the Planning Commission and provide a report and action items on that. In addition, we have an appeal on that date. Then we have a SB 35 coastal zoning ordinance amendment from Long Range Planning, as well as outdoor lighting and sign ordinance amendments on September 25th. October 2nd is in Santa Barbara. We have one item on that date. Actually, that may change to, we may move that down to October 9th. We had, that item was continued to that date, but we may be, for agenda management purposes, moving that to October 9th. We will probably have to renotice that, but we may be giving that date up to the Montecito Planning Commission to review some projects, potentially. So that's October 2nd. So really looking at October 9th in Santa Barbara. October 9th is a change of owner for the Sable Offshore Corporation. And then October 30th, we have nothing agendized, and we don't really have anything until November 20th, where we have the Montecito YMCA. Oh, that's Montecito. So that takes us to the end of the calendar right now.
Commissioners, any comments? Commissioner Parker? Commissioner Parker?
Yeah, I, just looking at the projection report, I see that our next hearing in Santa Maria is in November. So, well, other than August 28th. So what's that all about? I mean, is that a typographical error or my vision, or am I being punished, or what?
Yes, it is to punish Commissioner Park.
Thank you.
So part of it is the agenda management for the September, no, where am I at? The October 2nd? So August 28th, we're in Santa Maria, and then September 4th, we don't have a hearing, and then the 11th and 25th is in Santa Barbara. The 11th is because of those ordinance amendments are related to Carpinteria, and to have a local hearing for that. And then September 25th, again, those items are located in South County. And then October 2nd is going to be, we're looking at canceling that hearing. So the hearings that would end up in Santa Maria, we're canceling, and the rest of the hearings are in Santa Barbara. So it's not a purposeful thing to make us all drive to Santa Barbara. It's just the way the things are aligning as far as project locations.
Does that work two ways? Like, I mean, if we're having things that are mostly in the North County, which is frankly probably the majority of our business, does that mean we should maybe meet in the North County more often than we do?
That is the, sorry, Commissioner Park through the chair. That is one of the intents of what we do when we do the projection report is locate those. So like Perkins Place, that's why we have that other hearing on August 28th in Santa Maria, because those items are located in mainly the North County area. So we try to schedule the hearing locations in proximity to where a bulk of the projects are. So yes, it goes both ways.
Okay. Well, thank you.
And just to be clear, we are not trying to punish you, Mr. Park. I didn't want that to show up in the minutes, so we'll strike that.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, is anyone concerned? I'm a little concerned about having the Ag Enterprise Ordinance on the 28th. I want to have it on there, but if we lose Commissioner Martinez, Chair Martinez, at 2:30, is there any thinking about that?
Well, I'm interested to see what developments have occurred since our last meeting, but I thought we had a pretty much good consensus, and they were going to come back with that consensus. Obviously, my preference is that if it's always turned into a long discussion, and rightfully so. I mean, I would like to use the 4th to really be the Ag Enterprise. I know we don't have anything there.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney is absent that day on the 4th.
I'm sorry. No. No, I'm sorry. I forgot that thing, but the one day that we have, I just don't want to kick it too far down the road. I mean, the 28th, I guess the next day would be the 20th.
Or the 11th, but that's in Santa Barbara.
So Chair and
I
Commissioners.
have no problem with the 11th.
So we have already noticed that item
Wow.
Never mind.
for the 28th. We could work with the chair in regards to, and the staff as far as the number of items on that hearing date to see if we could do, we've noticed everything. Oh, so everything's been noticed. So we could work with the chair as far as agenda management, as far as where things are on the agenda. And if we wanted to start with the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, we could do that. And then we'd have to end at some point to take on these other projects.
I'd rather do it that way. I'd rather turn it upside down that day and do the Ag Enterprise. I think that should have all the commissioners involved in it. And we just do that at the beginning.
So we could do that. There'd just be a time certain when we end that conversation, either continue it or move it on. And then we could pick up the other items later on in the hearing.
I'm fine with doing that, and other commissioners? Commissioner Park?
I think that's a good idea. I wanted to add something that didn't get mentioned yet. Just in my conversations with our Director Plowman and with a couple of members of the Board of Supervisors, there's a great deal of eagerness for us to be done. They appreciate the full job we're doing, but they're eager to have it reach the board and be enacted this year. And we're at a stage now, because the different steps it takes to get it to the board and there, that every week makes a difference. So the 28th is pretty important, and we've been building it up as a time for people to come and have their final word. So I think this solution of hearing the Ag Enterprise Ordinance in the morning is good. Also, I would note that of those remaining 3 items, 2 of them have been heard, and they're kind of coming down to decision time. What the YMCA will present to us on some additional conditions, what TAT is willing to do with respect to hoop houses or not, things like that. And so they may not take all that long. The public will want to be heard on those, but those hearings may not take all that long. So it might be you spend the whole morning on the AEO and then hear those others. And if there's still AEO stuff left to do, you got the remainder of the afternoon. I bet that's how it works.
Yes. So thank you, Commissioner Briley, for even bringing that up. Appreciate it. And Commissioner, you okay with that? Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, I am. I was ready to move to cancel the hearing of September 4.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Briley. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
So, Mr. Chair, in addition, we'd like to request that we also cancel October 2nd, and we'll work with staff on rescheduling that item, and we'll just move that to October 9th. Right now, there's only 1 item on there. There won't be any other items at this time. And so we want to have max flexibility with that week if we want to do another hearing with the MPC.
Okay. Any commissioners making that motion?
I'll make the motion to continue the matter from October 2 to October 9th and to cancel the October 2 meeting.
And we do have a second?
Second.
Okay.
So, Chair and Commissioners, just for clarification, the item's not on our agenda, so we can't really continue it formally. Just canceling the hearing, we just renotice it. So if we could just amend the motion just to cancel it.
Amend the motion just to cancel the meeting of October 2.
And
Commissioner Briley?
I'm in support of it, but I don't understand. Well, what does it have to do with MPC? Do you need the October 2nd for another MPC meeting? Yes. Is that it? Okay. Yes, happy to support the motion.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone against? Anybody abstain? Okay. So we have the 2 motions controlling our agenda for the future. And is that it for the long range? Yes.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that is correct. That
For the action part.
concludes the projection report.
Okay. Let me get myself organized here. Okay. So now we are going into the public comment. Is there anyone online for that? I don't see anybody.
If anyone would like to speak on general public comment, raise your hand and I'll call on you, or those online.
And again, this is for items that are not on our agenda.
No hands up, and one of my staff has indicated there's no one in Santa Barbara either.
Okay. So let's move on to the Planning Commissioners' informational reports. Anyone have any thing to report from us commissioners? Commissioner Cooney, your light's on, but I think it's just left on. Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, I did give a lunchtime presentation this week to it was a Republican group who had interest and had requested it. I gave the presentation on the structure and function of the Planning Commission, its role in controlling the general plan, which fits into our mission as stated in our guidelines of increasing transparency and public awareness. And this is a group, again, of people that are into politics, pay attention. It was quite apparent that there is much work to be done, and so I definitely plan on continuing to do outreach and public informational meetings on the function and role of County Planning Commission, because I think it's very important to increase our transparency, increase the public's understanding and access, and by so doing, increase their opportunity and understanding on how to participate.
Thank you. Any other reports? Okay, seeing none, so let's move on to the minutes. And we have three sets of minutes. We have June 26th, so let's start with that one.
Mr. Chair, we could move more than one set, but I'll just start with June 26th and say I move approval as presented.
Okay. Commissioner Biley?
I have a comment. So I was not there, but just in reading them, the page 4 has a notion to continue the item to the hearing of August 8th, which I don't think is what you did. Do I have that wrong? Is that correct?
That should be 28th.
28th, right? So with that correction, I can't, actually I have to abstain, so maybe I shouldn't have even made the comment, but there you go.
So I'd amend my motion to approve the minutes as corrected.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Commissioner
abstain.
Commissioner Biley abstains. Okay. So then we have July 24th.
I'll move to approve with the one correction of my name spelling under the last item action. Oh my goodness. Phonetically correct,
Well, thank you for reviewing the minutes, Commissioner Bradley. Appreciate it.
but thank you.
Commissioner Reed, your light's on?
Oh,
Okay. Do you have a second for Commissioner Bradley's motion?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Anyone abstain? Okay, unanimous. And then the last set of minutes is July 31st. Any comments or motions?
Motion to approve.
Okay, and second? Have a second?
A
I do-
second.
oh,
Okay, Commissioner Parks, second. All
I
in
have a
favor, say aye.
comment. Wait, I have a comment.
Oh, there's a comment from Commissioner Bradley.
So, I can't believe I read all these. So page 3, under the action, I guess I'm confused. I understand that it requires a 4/5 vote, but didn't Martinez recuse himself? Is that needing to be caught in the action?
That should be in there, yeah. So that's Sierra Botanicals one, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
So then, yeah.
The motion I made is amended to take into account Commissioner Bradley's correction.
So do we have a second to that?
I think I seconded it, but I don't know if I didn't.
Second as amended. And so all in favor?
Aye.
And I don't know if I do a hybrid aye and abstain, but I'll just say for that for the record because I can't say anything about the one I recused myself from. All righty. So we have that administrative taken care of. Director's report, I understand there's no director's report at this time. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that is correct. Director Plowman is out of the office at the moment, and the board has been on summer recess, and we don't have anything going to the board in the next few weeks. So that would conclude a director's report.
Thank you. Thank you. So then we can move into the standard agenda, and that would be item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. The following is a hearing on the request of Verizon Wireless to consider case number 24 CUP 7 and to determine the project is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guideline sections 15303.
Staff, are you good?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Veronica King, and I will be presenting the Verizon new Tier 4A telecommunications facility project. Next slide. This is an aerial view of the proposed project site located at 2775 East Clark Avenue in Santa Maria. The parcel is outlined in red and totals 136 acres. The property is zoned Ag 1, is used for agricultural production, and is surrounded by other agriculturally zoned lots. The blue star identifies the lease area location, which is 900 square feet. Next slide. Here are some photos of the existing site depicting different views from the lease area. The view looking south shows the large water tanks and agricultural development separating the nearest public road from the facility. The views looking north and west show the existing trees that provide additional screening, and to the east you'll see the access road leading to the lease area. Next slide. Here is an equipment plan for the project. The lease area is delineated in red and is surrounded by an 8-foot tall chain link fence. The project consists of a new unmanned wireless facility on a 100-foot tall monopole, highlighted in blue on the screen. Ground cabinet equipment is highlighted in yellow, a PG&E transformer highlighted in green, and a 30 kilowatt backup generator is highlighted in orange. Other smaller associated equipment is shown in gray. Next slide. These are the southwest and northwest elevations of the proposed facility. The signals emitted by antennas on the monopole need to reach out horizontally above average terrain in order to avoid topographical features and trees that could otherwise obstruct signals. Therefore, the height is required to extend above surrounding development and topography, resulting in a 100-foot tall pole. Next slide. This is a photo simulation showing the facility as viewed from Clark Avenue, which is located approximately 2,200 feet from the facility at its nearest point. As you can see, the pole is minimally visible and the support equipment is entirely screened from public view. This is the nearest public viewing area. This is another photo simulation from the private access road north of the facility. You'll see the pole and equipment is screened by mature trees that border the northwestern corner of the lot. Next slide. This is the third and final photo simulation depicting another private view looking northeast from the private access road. Next slide. The applicant provided coverage maps that demonstrate the need for additional coverage in the area. Here we have the 700 megahertz coverage. The existing coverage is shown on the left and the proposed on the right. Green essentially means good coverage and the red and yellow are poor coverage. You'll notice the map on the right is greener, which indicates improved service to the area after installation of the monopole. Next slide. And here we have the 2300 megahertz coverage. The project will allow service to be expanded into the harder to reach areas of eastern Santa Maria. Next slide. The project complies with all development standards listed in the LUDC and can be found consistent with all comprehensive plan policies. Specifically, the project is consistent with policies related to adequate services, visual resources, cultural resources, hillside and watershed protection, and noise. Furthermore, the project meets all Tier 4 requirements, including those pertaining to FCC standards, height, setbacks, access, and lighting. The project was conceptually reviewed by NBAR on May 24th, 2024, and received favorable comments. The board is in support of the monopole and recommended a dual non-reflective galvanized finish for the pole and its associated equipment. The board allowed the project to proceed as proposed to your commission. The project is exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA Section 15303. A new Tier 4 telecom facility to extend the existing cellular network qualifies as a utility extension under this section. Staff recommends your commission make the required findings for approval, determine the project is exempt from CEQA, and approve the project subject to the conditions of approval. staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and I should have asked this question at the beginning probably, but any ex-parte communications to disclose by the commissioners? Seeing none? Okay, let's proceed. Any questions for the staff? Commissioner Briley?
Oh, no.
Oh, Commissioner Cooney? No?
Yeah, I was just going to comment, well, welcome, Ms. King, great job. And, you know, the outstanding part of this application is the height and where it's visible from, and that was well explained. And besides having looked at the Eiffel Tower regularly for the last 3 weeks, I have a new view about 100-foot towers, so I'm ready to support the project. Thank you.
Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. So the project meets all applicable county ordinances and regulations. That's correct?
Commissioner Reed, that's correct.
The Board of Architectural Review likes it. That's part of your presentation.
Yes.
In terms of the radiation assessment that's part of all these, no problems according to that either, right? It's
Commissioner Reed, that's correct. It meets all FCC standards.
fully compliant. I do have one question with respect to, improved cellular coverage. Is there anybody, do you have anybody here from Verizon? Okay, I have a question. Your coverage map, they seem to extend, go ahead.
Okay.
Hi. Yeah,
Morning.
good morning. Morning. With respect to the coverage maps, the improved coverage provided, I mean, your map seems to extend east along Orchid Gary Road. Looks like it goes about half to 2/3 of the way to Fox and Canyon.
Okay.
Where Fox and Canyon Road is, it goes through the city, not the city, town of Gary. You know where Gary is?
I'm not super familiar with the specific streets. I just know
Okay,
more of the.
well, because my question was going to be if this gives enhanced coverage to the east, will it improve coverage along Fox and Canyon? Because sometimes the coverage gets a little spotty when you're headed east on Fox and Canyon, you round Fugler's Point. That's the curve you take where it transitions from east to moving in kind of a southeast direction. It gets a little spotty there. From the time when you transect Orchid Gary Road and start up the mesa, it can be a little spotty through there. So I was hoping to ask and get an answer on whether it would improve coverage significantly there. I mean, my guess would be that it would, but I was hoping for something a little more authoritative than myself.
Would you say these areas that you're talking about, would they be maybe like within a mile, 2 miles?
2 miles, probably.
2
east
miles?
of where I can't tell exactly where this plant is, but probably within 1 to 2 miles farther east. And there is a mesa there that there's a slight, about a 80, 90-foot drop off between top of the mesa and town of Gary.
Understood. Okay. Yeah. So with the 700 megahertz coverage, that definitely expands a lot wider, a lot further. We've typically seen 3, maybe 4 miles of coverage. The only issue with that coverage is because it expands wider, not necessarily as strong. The 2300 coverage, or 2300 megahertz, a lot stronger coverage, but typically only gets out to like maybe 1 to 2 miles past the site. So you'll probably see some improved coverage, at the very least, just better phone service, at least. Data capacity, things of that nature might be a little hit or miss, but at least making a phone call would be easier.
That would be improved. Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you.
Of course.
All right. Yeah, that's essentially, and then in terms of pole height, initially it was proposed to be 70 feet, but county suggested it be 100 to enhance the opportunity for co-location. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's pretty much concludes my questions. It looks like a very straightforward project that meets all the requirements, so I would be happy with it to support it.
Okay. Commissioner Park, your light's on. You have a question, I take it? No, you don't have a question. Okay. Since we have you up here, do you have anything to add to the presentation that was given by staff?
No, I think Veronica and staff, you guys covered the project perfectly. pretty much highlighted all the items we wanted to discuss. So thank you.
Okay. And is there anyone online that wishes to speak about this?
If you'd like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. Not seeing any hands raised.
And I have no public, no request to speak in person here, so, commissioners. I would think Commissioner Reed would be the one that would
Okay,
lead this
yeah,
one.
I was waiting. If there's,
Oh,
I
no.
thought maybe perhaps Commissioner Park was getting ready to make a comment. But in the absence of that, I would be prepared.
I do at some point, but
You do? Well, I'm getting ready to make a motion, so it would be the time.
it's all right. I can.
Okay. All right. Well, if appropriate, I'd like to make a motion that we make the required findings for approval of the project, case number 24 CUP 7, that we determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15303, and that we approve the project, case number 24 CUP 7, subject to the conditions of approval included as attachment B of the staff report.
Do we have a second? Or somebody wishes to discuss something?
I'll go ahead and second it, but I'd like to make my comment as well.
Okay.
So I'll second it and it's appropriate I make my comment now because it's in support of the motion. I just wanted to illustrate to the public that we do take these seriously. We don't rubber stamp them and we look at certain things. One thing that I look at, and I know that Commissioner Cooney in particular does as well, is the pole height and how it looks. And you could see from the photos from different directions that area has eucalyptus trees that are of the same kind of height. So this is not something where you have the proverbial sore thumb sticking out. And that's of meaning to me, and I think it's meaning to others. So I just want to make that comment.
Commissioner Cooney?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm just waiting to vote.
Okay. So with having that second, and there's no other comments, I understand, I'll call it for vote. We can call.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Chair Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're running pretty quick here, so. Little 5-minute break right now. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. And we are going to be going into the second item of our second and last item of our agenda here today.
The following is a hearing on the request of the Santa Barbara County Action Network to consider case number 24 APL 10 for the appeal of the director's April 27, 2024 approval of the Sentinel Peak Truck Rack Project case number 22 LUP 199.
Thank you. I believe it's appropriate right now that I ask for any ex parte communications that any commissioners have had regarding this agendized item. Commissioner Briley?
I spoke with Ken Huff Monday, about issues that he's brought up in the appeal with that, and he's with SBCAN. And then I also spoke with Meryl Brooks, who's with the CPA, and I spoke with her yesterday morning also regarding traffic, CEQA assumptions, and concerns of the project in general.
Commissioner Park?
I also had a telephone conversation with Mr. Huff, and I met with Ms. Brooks a week or two ago. And then I had a site visit yesterday with members of the applicant team.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooney?
I had a telephone conversation with Mr. Huff. That's the only declaration.
And Commissioner Reed?
Yes, I had a telephone conversation with Ken Huff on Monday. Later, I had a Zoom with Sentinel Peak people from Sespe, John Hecht, Helen Aloyan, and from Sentinel Peak, Patty Cook and David Burry.
I left something out.
Commissioner Park?
Because we're disclosing site visits as well as contacts, aren't we? And on my site visit, I went up driving the entire route up to 101. I didn't drive out to 46 and 41, but I've done that before too. And then I drove on some potential alternative routes too. A lot of driving.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I didn't include that in my disclosure, but yesterday I spent a long time up in that area doing the same thing that Commissioner Park did, following the route, GPS included, and pausing at a couple intersections and just getting to know the neighborhood.
You should have called me.
I know.
Thank you for those matters. And so we will move on to staff now. Thank you.
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, Aaron Briggs. I will be handling the planner duties, the supervisorial duties, and the deputy director duties today for staff. Unfortunately, Ms. Jacqueline Ibarra, who was the planner on this project, is dealing with a family emergency, and she wasn't able to be here today with us, so I'll be filling in. So take it easy on me, okay?
All right.
Okay, so today your appellant is the Santa Barbara County Action Network, and your applicant is Sentinel Peak Resources. Both entities are represented here today in the hearing room. The item before you today is an appeal of a land use permit which authorized the construction and operation of a truck loading rack. The loading rack would allow the transportation of an average of 6 round-trip tanker trucks per day of crude oil from the Lompoc oil field to its destination in Coalinga, with the potential for up to 10 trucks per day under upset conditions. Annual truck trips would be limited to 2,000 trips per year. The project is needed to transport oil via tanker trucks because the Phillips 66 Line 300 transmission pipeline is no longer available. The Lompoc oil field has historically relied solely on Line 300 to transport its production to market. Sentinel Peak has not been able to produce oil since the line was shut in January of 23, and the field remains idle until a shipping option becomes available. Here's a vicinity map. I apologize for the scale here. It's a little difficult, but I wanted to relate the project site, which is on Harris Grade Road north of the city of Lompoc. And you can see here Vandenberg Village, Mission Hills, and then of course the city of Lompoc. And then as we zoom in a little, this is that same feature that we were kind of seeing from an aerial perspective. This is the Lompoc Oil and Gas Plant. This facility is operated by Freeport-McMoRan, and then the proposed facility would be constructed immediately north of the existing Lompoc oil and gas plant. And you can kind of see the layout here where Sentinel Peak would resurface an existing roadway, do some other drainage-related improvements, and then construct the truck rack in this area so that trucks basically pull in a one-way direction. They load up with oil, and then they leave the facility to the west. Here's an elevational view of what a truck rack looks like. You can see it's fairly simple, a series of pipes and valves that allow oil to be drawn from a storage tank, pumped to this facility, and then loaded into trucks one by one. The project would provide oil transportation via a standard 160-barrel tanker truck as pictured here. Again, an average of 6 trucks per day would be utilized under normal conditions, and up to 10 trucks per day could be utilized under special circumstances, such as disruptions in trucking, routine facility maintenance, or heavy rain. The proposed duration of the project is for up to 50 years, or until a pipeline becomes available, whichever is shorter. The project only requires, so truck route. It was difficult to get a good exhibit that showed the entire truck route, but essentially what we've got here in the center of the page is the facility. The truck rack would begin by traveling south on Harris Grade Road. They would come down, they would hit the Highway 1 at the Y, and then go west. And they would head west on the 1 until they hit the 135, the 135 through Orcutt until they hit Betteravia Road, where they would then use Betteravia to connect with the 101. And then they would use the 101 to the 46 in Paso Robles, that then turns into the 41, and then eventually using the 33 to head north to Coalinga. So that's the truck route. Appeal issues are more detailed discussion in the staff report. I am going to briefly move through each of the 5 appeal issues. Appeal issue number 1, the project should be decided upon by the Planning Commission rather than the director, similar to the former ExxonMobil interim trucking project. The project only requires the approval of a land use permit pursuant to the county's LUDC, as it meets the criteria for exemption from discretionary permit types. These criteria require that the project be located away from certain sensitive resources and receptors, not involve enhanced production techniques, and do not disturb critical habitat, cultural resources, or result in any significant adverse impact to the environment. Approval of a land use permit is under the authority of the director. And then, of course, this particular point is yielded moot because the project has now been appealed to you anyway. Appeal issue number 2, there was a lack of fair and impartial hearing on the project. Response, land use permits do not require a notice public hearing pursuant to the LUDC. Land use permit applications do, however, require mailed and posted notices, which allow neighboring landowners and residents to participate in the public process. In this case, a notice was distributed to surrounding property owners and occupants within 1,000 feet of the project site, and our oil and gas interested parties list in June of 2022. No comments or inquiries on the project were received at that time. In addition, because the project required the preparation of a mitigated negative declaration, a second set of notices were provided to the public. The notice of availability for the MND was posted on the county's website and with the clerk of the board, mailed to surrounding property owners and our interested parties list, and published in the Lompoc Record, mailed to the state clearinghouse for distribution to state and federal agencies. Appeal issue number 3, the project would result in potentially significant and unavoidable impacts for risk of upset and transportation. Risk of upset was studied carefully in the project MND. A detailed qualitative risk analysis was conducted on behalf of the county by our consultant to analyze the potential risks of exporting project crude oil via tanker truck compared to the QRA analyzed the potential risks of exporting crude oil via tanker truck compared to exporting oil through the Phillips 66 Line 300 system. The QRA determined that during trucking, an oil release could occur if there was a trucking accident or a mechanical failure. Under the project, 6 round-trip truck trips per day would occur under normal circumstances, and the annual probability of a truck accident with a spill of greater than 5 gallons would be once in 239 years. The project lifespan is up to 50 years, therefore a project-related tanker truck accident is not likely to occur during the project's lifespan. Because trucking of crude oil under the project was determined to present less of a risk to public health than the historical use of transportation by pipeline, and because mitigation measures serve to reduce the probability of an accident and lessen the severity of an accident if one were to occur, hazardous materials risk of upset impacts were determined to be less than significant with mitigation. For transportation impacts, the project was found to have less than significant impacts as it would not conflict with any county policies, would not conflict with CEQA guidelines regarding vehicle miles traveled, would not substantially increase road hazards, nor would it result in inadequate emergency access. Appeal issue number 4. Comments on the draft M&D have not been fully addressed. All comment letters on the M&D were reviewed and considered prior to finalizing the document and approving the land use permit in accordance with the applicable CEQA guidelines. Where staff deemed it appropriate, the text of the M&D was modified in response to these comments. However, written responses to comments are not required by CEQA for M&Ds. However, in an effort to inform the public and the Commission, a summary of public comments and staff's responses, including any revisions made to the M&D, are identified in the staff report. Appeal issue number 5. Impacts on disadvantaged communities along the trucking route have not been addressed. Response. Disadvantaged communities or environmental justice communities are low-income areas disproportionately affected by environmental pollution and other hazards that can lead to negative health effects through adverse living conditions. There are no state or county requirements to evaluate environmental justice impacts under CEQA. The county is currently preparing an environmental justice element to its comprehensive plan to develop policies to reduce health risks, promote access and civic engagement, and prioritize improvements in these communities. Environmental justice communities in the county include Casmelia, Cuyama, New Cuyama, Vinacopa, Gary, Sisquoc, Los Alamos, and Isla Vista. There are no environmental justice communities in the county that occur along the project's trucking route. As I've discussed, staff prepared a mitigated negative declaration for the project. No significant and unavoidable impacts were identified. Less than significant impacts with mitigation incorporated were identified for biological resources and risk of upset. Less than significant impacts were identified to agriculture, air quality, cultural resources, fire protection, geologic processes, recreation, and transportation. For biological resources, the document identified a possible reduction in native vegetation, indirect loss of trees, and reduction in diversity of animals. And these are all associated with construction of the truck rack itself. And then under risk of upset, we found the project could result in the release of hazardous substances with potential to create a fire, the creation of a public health hazard, and the contamination of a water supply. Mitigation measures applied to the project include pre-construction surveys, nesting bird surveys, worker awareness training, specific species protections, habitat restoration for any habitat lost during construction. And then notable mitigation measures related to risk include a truck hazard mitigation plan, updated spill response and safety plans, trucking company financial responsibility, an oil spill contingency plan, and restrictions on trucking during rainy days. The project can be found consistent with the county's comprehensive plan that's discussed in section 6.3 of your staff report. Project can also be found consistent with the county's land use development code And for the land use permit and for CEQA, all findings for the project could be made. Staff's recommendation is to deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval, adopt the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring program contained in its conditions of approval, and finally approve the project, case number 22 LUP 199, subject to the conditions of approval. And of course, we're here for any questions.
Commissioners, you have any questions? Mr. Biley? Yes, sir.
I have a couple technical ones. Does the property, this isn't like a grandfathered operation, doesn't it have an underlying development plan for their current operations?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Bradley, the Lompoc oil field has been produced since 1903, and the operation does predate the zoning ordinance. So it is, I don't want to use the word grandfathered, but it pre-exists the requirement for permits.
What do we call that? There's a term, and it's escaping me right now, but in other words, it doesn't have an underlying development plan right now because that code came into effect after this was already in production, so it's a
That's correct.
legal non-conforming use, is that what we call it?
Council is nodding yes.
Okay, sorry, I just want to get that straight, because the use of a land use permit for this is a little bit concerning to members of the public that we've talked to, so that answers that. And then the other question I had was, did Caltrans review this at all?
The mitigated negative declaration was provided to the state clearinghouse, and Caltrans was one of the agencies that received it. We didn't get any comments from Caltrans, so I can't confirm whether or not they actually reviewed the document, but it was provided to them.
Okay, all right, thank you. Those are my only questions.
Commissioner Park?
Yes, I have three kinds of questions, and one's on input from other municipalities, one's on what triggers an EIR and traffic issues, and then one's the duration of LUP. But let me address them one by one. You know, in driving the route, I saw that so much of it was through the city of Santa Maria, and that's where I would imagine there would be the most congested part of the route at times. And so it seems to me it would be nice to have input from the city of Santa Maria. Did they offer any?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, so kind of the same answer with Caltrans. We did provide the document to them for review, and we didn't receive any comments.
Got it. And you know, there are other agencies that might comment on the route, but you know, not as obviously as Santa Maria. Have we received anything from Lompoc or any other agency you can think of?
No, I mean, same response. We thought of this when we circulated the document. We looked at the truck route and we asked ourselves, you know, which jurisdictions may be interested in this project, and so we wanted to include them in the circulation.
And to push that a little further, I think my understanding is correct that even though we're just Santa Barbara County, we're looking at environmental impacts outside of the county along the route because we're the lead agency. Is that right?
Correct.
So we would be looking at risk of upset concerns on Highway 41, which is, I don't even know what county that's in anymore. I used to. Have we received anything from any of those affected counties or areas?
I can't remember if we circulated the document to SLO. I want to say we did, SLO County. But no, to answer your question, we did not receive any comments from any agencies or jurisdictions on the document.
So is 41, that section between Highway 46, you know, where James Dean was killed, and 33, is that all in San Luis Obispo County?
I don't know for sure.
Okay, I mean, is it possible those counties didn't get notice of this project?
It's possible.
Well,
I mean, there's a tremendous amount of oil truck traffic going through that roadway already.
well,
It wouldn't be anything new to them.
let's face it, they have one of the largest hazardous waste disposal sites in the state right on that route, which carries a lot more traffic and a lot more hazardous traffic than this ever will. But I'd feel better if I knew that those areas that might be affected had notice of the project. Okay, so let me move on to my other questions. You're taking a note. I must have said something intelligent.
Keep going. I'm listening.
Okay. It's no news to you that we've discussed in trucking oil risk of upset concerns. And what triggers an EIR for risk of upset issues?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park. So we have a consultant that does risk of upset analysis for us. And our starting point, there are some projects like the ExxonMobil trucking project, you may remember, where it was pretty obvious that we were just going to do an EIR. A project of that scope with 70 to 80 trucks per day, we jumped straight to an EIR.
Yeah.
A project of this size where the applicant is proposing 6 trucks a day on average with 10 trucks kind of to catch up if there were an upset situation. We ran a screening analysis and we had our consultant run the risk analysis to see if there was a reason to do an EIR on this project. We wanted to know where the risk of upset fell on the county's risk curves. The county does have thresholds for risk. And so going into this, if the project was going to present risk that was anywhere near our threshold, we were probably going to bump into an EIR. However, when we got the results back, the risk was nowhere near the county's threshold, and we felt very comfortable doing an MND.
One thing that I read in I can't remember where I read it. It was in a paper, a document in opposition to this project, and it said something to the effect that the traffic study was 9 sentences long, and whether that's true or not, but traffic is really a different issue than risk of upset, right? Traffic is congestion for the roads that this thing operates on, and does it add to that congestion? That's where we look at level of service and all those things. But risk of upset is, if there's an accident. So we analyze the heck out of risk of upset, that's what you're telling us, regardless of this traffic concern.
Correct.
Okay. And on risk of upset, I'm about done with risk of upset. I imagine there's 3 kinds of things that happen if there's an accident. One is just the truck whacking cars and those things, okay? And that can happen with any truck. It can happen with a moving truck. Another thing that can happen is release of contaminants. And that was a particular concern of mine on the Exxon trucking because I was concerned about release of contaminants near Twitchell Reservoir and the Cuyama River and so forth. But then there's also risk of fire, that the released material is really flammable, and just somehow that's going to be a problem, and which is certainly something we have to recognize, because the Burton Mesa chaparral, the whole description of that habitat is that it burns all the time, and it burns easily, and this is a burnable area. With your experience with these many trucking cases we've had, and with oil in particular, is the concern over oil trucks more the contamination, or is it more the potential burning of oil, or do you have a sense of priority of what our concern should be?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, it is much more common for a truck to overturn and spill its contents than it is for it to catch on fire. Crude oil is not terribly flammable. It's very difficult to catch crude oil on fire. The circumstances to make that happen would have to be like a perfect nightmare. I think given the circumstances of any trucking project, we would be much more concerned about a spill and contamination into a waterway or some other sensitive feature than we would about starting a fire.
That was my impression as well. I think that, you know, a gasoline tanker would be much more likely to be flammable. Certain liquid fertilizer things would be more likely.
Yes.
Okay, then here's my last series of questions. I'm getting there. It's about the duration of the land use permit. Where did the 50 years come from? Is that some policy we have of let's hand them out for 50 years? Was this something in the project description, a request by the applicant, or where did it come from?
So Commissioner Park, this is simply proposed by the applicant. The Land Use Development Code doesn't have any restrictions or guidelines regarding project lifespan. In speaking with the applicant, they felt like asking for 50 years made sense. And, you know, like any oil field operator, they plan to operate the field as long as it's economic for them. And they were trying to propose a project duration that gave them the flexibility to operate the field as long as it would be economic.
Okay, I'm going to ask.
And then, I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm going to ask a question about our discretion, and I can't see Ms. Richardson right now, but there I can. I think this will be a question for you, or you'll want to chime in anyway. And it's our discretion, the Planning Commission, to limit the duration of an LUP. You know that I brought this up first with respect to cannabis approvals, and at one point we received advice from someone that no, we could not limit the duration of LUPs. I took exception to that, researched the heck out of it, found numerous references in the LUDC to duration of LUPs. I noticed that the conditions of approval in this particular case has a duration limit on the LUP to 50 years. So if we want to discuss, as I do, and I hope other commissioners join me, a shorter duration, do we in fact have the authority to adopt a condition of approval that has a shorter duration than 50 years?
Chair Martinez and Commissioner Park, perhaps we could maybe talk about later the sections that you found in the LUDC. Generally, I have not seen permits that condition the length of time here if they're voluntarily proposing that. That's probably why it's worked into the conditions.
Very good.
And Commissioner Reed.
Okay, I have a couple of items, but first to your question about what counties the road lies in, 41. I've driven it between 2 and 4 times a month for the last at least 30 years, more like 35. I actually enjoy it, but I've driven by a lot of county line signs, so substantially until you get east of Shalom, it's San Luis Obispo County, then it transitions to Kings County. I believe the intersection of 33 and 41, where these trucks, according to plan, would be turning onto 33, that lies in Kings County. I know because I once got a traffic citation not far from that point, so that's burned into the back of my mind. Only one in about 30 years, though. So, okay, with respect to that, I hope that answers that question. I also, the first thing that struck me about the proposal and in reviewing the appeal was the term of 50 years, which at first glance I felt was a lot longer stretch of time than I would be comfortable with. But if applicant would agree to shorten that period, that could happen. And as I said, if it were a shorter period, 25 years or so, I would be much more comfortable and much more likely to vote in support of it. Okay, secondly, I did have some traffic concerns too, which we discussed and which we'll explore later. First, with respect to route, but some of the alternatives I came up with might, increase greenhouse gases and things, and hopefully we'll come back to that later in deliberations, because after a discussion yesterday, I had another alternative that I think might be much more acceptable and would relieve a lot of my concerns. We'll explore that later. one of the things that's important to the conversation in the appeal was the item of the limit of 1,000 metric tons emissions of CO2 equivalent per year. And that's also pivotal in keeping this application under the domain of director's approval, rather than going a much more rigorous and circuitous route through a CUP. And that's based on 2,000 trips a year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in the project's description, applicant says average would be 6 trips a day, up to 10 trips a day. Well, 6 trips a day would, exceed that. It would be 2,190 trips per year. And if they went to the 10, that would be over 3,600 trips per year. So what's the mechanism to ensure that they don't exceed that 2,000 trips a year and then blow out that limit of 1,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Reed, a couple of thoughts on that. The first thought would be that this oil field, when they're in production, they produce a little over 600 barrels a day. The tanker truck itself is 160 barrels, and they're saying an average of 6 of those per day. So on average, they have about 960 barrels of capacity that they could ship every day in those 6 trucks, but they only produce 600.
Which is about 5 trips a day.
Which is, 4 or 5 trips a
Yeah.
day. So the average of 6 daily trucks already is conservative with respect to capacity and the need to generate these truck trips. And then in addition to that, acting as kind of a backstop, we have a condition attached to the project that would require the applicant to report to us quarterly on their truck trips. And so every 3 months, we'll have a running total of where they're at with respect to the 2,000 trip limit. And if during that third quarter report, we notice that they're anywhere close to reaching the 2,000 limit, we would work very closely with them to make sure that they don't breach that threshold.
That was when you just answered another question that I had with respect to the quarterly reviews. What would the time lag be until it's reviewed after the end of the quarter, and what happens when they're getting close? So then you start viewing it with more scrutiny to make sure they don't overshoot the mark. And at that point, they just stop trucking.
They would need to shut in their operation and stop trucking. Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Until the next quarter begins, or until the next 12-month period begins?
It would be calendar year.
Calendar year, okay. And again, there will be during times of rainy weather.
So if there is a prediction of a ½ inch or greater during a 24-hour period, they would be required to not truck until the rain event is over. And then they would be able to use their 10 trucks per day to kind of make up for any lost time.
Okay, so these truck trips a day, they could occur at night, during the day, any other time, day or night?
We did not place a limitation on when they could truck.
You placed a limitation?
We did not.
You did not? Oh, good. So they could do it during times of darkness, during times of high traffic, low traffic, and good.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all right now.
I just have a quick question. Okay, so this 2,000 trip limit, what's the significance of that? I mean, is that tied to like the risk analysis? I'm just trying to tie it together.
Good question. Thank you for asking that, Chair Martinez. So the 2,000 truck trips per year is really tied to the greenhouse gas threshold. And when you look at the 1,000-ton threshold, and then you look at how many GHGs they're generating per trip, when you do the calculations, you essentially come up with 2,000 trips per year. So for instance, if we're gonna get into altering the truck route, and the truck route becomes longer, that annual limitation on trips would have to be reduced in order to accommodate those increased GHGs that come along with the increased mileage. So it's all tied together.
Thank you. It looks like you were going to ask a quick question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have caught this earlier, but on the MND, it's page 8788, it's a transportation outline of different conditions. volumes, so on table 4.14-1, and I see that a lot of these were underlined, so they were changes in the final MND from what you had as a draft. What is meant by AADT ahead versus back? Is this like future volumes versus past volumes? What does that mean? I've never seen it that way. It's page 87, table 4.14-1. Ahead and back, what does that mean?
So those are capacity numbers?
Or, maybe, okay, so maybe it's related geographically to the highway segment. Maybe 18,000 is ADT ahead. Which direction? Northwest, east, of Highway 101 at Harris, and then 15.5 is Highway 101 at Santa Lucia. Ahead of it is 15.5, and back of it is 15,000. That's confusing.
Commissioner Briley, that may be directional. Like when they're headed out, it's 18,000, and when they're headed back, it's 26,000. I don't know. If someone testifying today can clarify that, that would be great.
Yeah, it's really just a curiosity. I don't necessarily have concerns about volume and this case, but I guess I've never seen it kind of categorized that way. And then on table 4.14-2, the passenger and commercial vehicle accidents, this is really important for our considerations. In past years, I know that Caltrans has an expected accident rate or an acceptable accident rate on all their state highways, and it's actually listed according to past occurrences as well as geometry, et cetera. So this is data from Transportation Mapping System. And again, I guess the bottom line is if Caltrans didn't comment on the MND, they're not worried about it, right? So it's just interesting that the Highway 1 to 135, look how much that jumped between 21 and 22, from 18 to 41 incidents. So I guess it's not a question. I just thank you for including the data, and that's all. Sorry. Thank you.
Noted.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Briggs, I have questions about the process the county followed in this instance. Sorry, I'm looking around. Mr. Villalobos, trying to see Mr. Briggs, but now I've got him. Thank you. I really feel like some of the indicators that you shared with us are worthy of exploration, but none stands out more to me than the annual probability of an upset. To me, that's the most serious, the most consequential, even exceeds my concern about pollution. And so much of this hinges on these probability numbers. It looks like there's one without mitigation, and then it reduces the potential if you consider the mitigation issues. Is that the way it was set up?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, that's correct. So the project includes requirements for driver training, safety features that have been added to these trucks. And when you look at the package of items that are required as mitigation, it takes that base level of accident rate and essentially makes the operation safer, and therefore you get less accidents per period of time.
So we understand the opinion of the consultant is talking in terms of annual probability of an accident. That doesn't mean there won't be accidents. That doesn't mean there won't be problems that we look back on and say, my gosh, did we approve this really? And these kids in that school that was bordering one of the routes, several were injured. It's a big concern to me. And so I'm not really comforted by annual probability as a number, but if it had been a believable number, more believable, at least for me, then it might have made a difference. But when we talk about 239 years, that's 4 times the life that is projected of this project. Really what the conclusion being suggested is that you don't need to worry about upset because it's probably not going to happen. And it's just ludicrous to me that our county, as sophisticated as it is, hasn't dug deeper into, why we should be comfortable with respect to the proposal. But that's not a question. I realize staff put a lot of time in and did heavily rely on this for upset. Let me ask a basic question. We saw a photo of a truck on the site, and it looked like it was just a single unit. And what was the capacity like?
It was 160 barrels.
160 barrels, okay. So is there any restriction on the use of those particular trucks? Could, for example, the applicant, and it depends on having the oil to ship, but if they had the oil to ship and a couple of trucks were out of use, could they hook a tanker trailer on there and drive under this permit?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, the applicant is not proposing to do that. The applicant was proposing to use 160-barrel tanker trucks. So if they were going to use something different, that would not be consistent with their project description, and theoretically would put them in a place where they could be found in noncompliance.
Okay, so playing that out in real life, if, to me, the tanker trucks hauling oil are considerably more dangerous than those that don't have a trailer, that they're just one unit, because the driver has to control the trailer as well as the truck. So it sounds like the county would have to somehow be alerted that these different pieces of equipment were being used on occasion to get more oil to market. And I'm not sure, but I don't think you said to the contrary. I think you said that it could be a violation of the permit that could be enforced. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and finally, with regard to rainy days, that seemed, pardon the pun, a little squishy to me. As was noted, we're relying on a prediction of rain, and if it's a half inch or more. So who's monitoring that? Is it just the applicant?
So we haven't had one of these conditions come into practice yet. We would certainly be working with the applicant to communicate when they think that one of these rainy periods is going to occur and that they would need to shut down their trucking operation until it's over. It's something that staff would be very conscious of and work proactively with the applicant to make sure that we had a system that was working in the spirit of the condition.
Yes, I think I would be much more comfortable with this application if one of your staff was on site and really looking at this day by day. But what the land use permit seems to provide is that if you have that permit, you can pretty much operate until you make a mistake and we discover it, and then we could do something about the future operation. Is that essentially correct?
So Commissioner Cooney, I mean, that's true with any project. In this case, given the nature of the project and the known concerns involved, my staff would be very diligent in working with the applicant to ensure compliance with this condition. And I think that the message being delivered by conversations like this and are clearly received by the applicant.
Yeah, I understand. Today, you know, the statements that'll be made in presentation are all based on trying to address these issues. And my concern isn't so much today as 50 years from now. Okay.
Right.
But I appreciate talking with you, and you're always straightforward with me. So thank you for this. I'll move on.
Good.
Any other questions or concerns? I know I do have one comment to make. In regards to peak hour travel, I was noting that within the project report, the Sentinel Peak Resources one, even if there is truck trips during peak hours, it's limited to at most 5. Am I correct? That's something that's a standard?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Martinez, where did you see that?
I was seeing it on page 91, where they're saying that if there's travel during the peak hours in circulation plan, there's no project shall contribute 5 or more peak hour trips.
I believe you're referring to a threshold?
Yes. So that's something that's conducive across the board here.
So for this particular project, they would be limited to 1 truck per hour.
Correct.
Yeah.
But even if they got in 5 they got 5 trucks in per hour, 1 truck per hour in 5 consecutive hours, there is a limit as to what you can do during the peak time versus the AM and PM.
So the county, the threshold that you're citing is a county policy.
Yes.
And so in reality with this project, we have a peak hour in the morning and we have a peak hour in the evening. And if the project is limited to 1 truck per hour, the most they could deliver during that time period would be 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening.
Okay.
So they would never breach the 5 trips per peak hour limitation.
Okay. I was just trying to understand how it all comes together. Thank you.
Yep.
So let's go to the appellant, isn't it? Let's give 15 minutes for each side. And the 15 minutes, that includes your reply, if there's a reply, ask for it. But thank you. It doesn't include question and answer. Thank you. Yes.
Is this on? Okay. Good morning, Chair Martinez. Sorry.
Yeah, and then there is one clarification, and thank you, Mr. Wilson, is that during your 15 minutes of presentation, I mean, the appellant is, the party of the appellant, that's where your time is to speak, not to complement it with another speaker during the general speaking time, okay? So we got to be clear on that. You don't get like 5 bites at the apple, okay? Well, thank you, and you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ken Huff, Co-Executive Director with Santa Barbara County Action Network, or SBCAN. And for 22 years, SBCAN has been working to promote social and economic justice and preserve our environmental and agricultural resources and to help create sustainable communities. Thank you very much for your consideration of our appeal of the staff's decision to approve this proposed truck rack. So this rack, which is designed to allow the restart of production in the Purisima Hills, would result, as you've heard, in 6 or more truckloads of crude to be hauled 165 miles to Coalinga every day, up to 50 years. The crux of our appeal is that the number of trucks and the distance and the number of years puts this project in the same order of magnitude as the ExxonMobil trucking proposal, which your commission and the board denied. About 60 to 70% as big of a project as that, if you take into account the distance, the years, the number of trucks. So those denials were based largely on the hazards of transporting crude oil on certain state highways, 101 and 166. The proposal before you today would use 6 state highways, a county road and a city street, and presents the same kinds of hazards. And I too have driven on all of these roads, not just now to prepare for this, but over the years I've driven on them all. And 41, I've driven on a lot, as Commissioner Reed mentioned that he has, and it's 2 lanes, it's windy, it's got much heavier traffic than 166 has. And 33, I haven't driven on that much, but coming back from vacation, decided to come through there and go right past where the terminus would be. And there are a lot of driveways and crossroads. It's a 2-lane road, and it goes through some disadvantaged communities. So because the hazards are the same, we argue the same level of rigorous analysis, either a revised negative declaration or an environmental impact report should be conducted for this, as was for ExxonMobil. The staff response is that the ExxonMobil required changes to a development permit that was previously approved by your commission, and that necessitated an EIR. And just today, I heard Mr. Briggs say, well, and they decided to bump it to an EIR just because of the scale of it. Well, if the scale is pretty similar with this one, taking into account those 3 factors, that should apply here too. Even though it is just a land use permit that on its face it doesn't require an EIR. But just because something isn't required doesn't mean it isn't a good idea. The denials of the ExxonMobil proposal were based on the hazards of trucking oil over many miles of freeways and 2-lane highways, and the same hazards are present here. So SB Can sincerely hopes you'll give direction today that will lead to a denial. The ExxonMobil denial was based on the county's, quote, inability to make certain findings regarding the comfort, convenience, general welfare, and health and safety of the neighborhood, and because the project's benefits did not outweigh the significant and unavoidable impacts to the environment. But today, you're faced with a mitigated negative declaration that wrongly, in our opinion, finds no such significant and unavoidable impacts. So your commission might not be on solid ground to make a denial today, but you are on solid ground to note the strong similarities to a project that was denied and to direct preparation of a full environmental impact report or other action leading to a future denial. So here's our big picture case for moving towards a denial. It's based on the history of oil projects in Santa Barbara County over the last 10 years. Pacific Coast Energy in the Solomon Hills, right over there, they applied to start 95 new cyclic steaming wells. And this is almost 10 years ago, and the test wells had exacerbated the natural seeps up on Orchid Hill. And Lompoc yerba santa, California tiger salamander, and other species were threatened, and that project was denied. And next, there were 3 companies in Cat Canyon that applied to expand production by a combined 750 wells, again using cyclic steaming. A lot of community opposition ensued, and whether because of that or because of finances or reading of the tea leaves, all 3 of those projects were ultimately withdrawn. And next, the Phillips 66 refinery just across the county line in San Luis Obispo, they proposed to build a rail spur 6 or so years ago, and that was designed to allow Canadian tar sands to be delivered. And SB Can initiated the opposition in our county, and due to the risks of rail accidents in our county, and EDC and others joined the fray, and there was other opposition in San Luis Obispo and all along the potential rail routes. And that all led to the denial by the county board in SLO to that rail spur. So then later, Phillips, who owns that refinery, they made a forward-looking decision 3 years ago to convert its Bay Area refinery in Rodeo to producing biofuels, and to close the Santa Maria refinery, which was a feeder to the Bay Area and which was the first stop for most or possibly all of the onshore crude oil produced in our county, including the production from Sentinel Peak Resources. And then Cat Canyon operators who already had truck racks to load tankers for the 8-mile run to the Battles transfer station just a couple of miles over here, they redirected, since they couldn't use that pipeline anymore to Phillips, they redirected their tankers to Highway 101, and then mostly north, sometimes south to I don't know where, probably Central Valley. There were several trucks per hour on Clark Avenue heading down to 101 for a bit over a year, and I just know this because I live out there, and every time I'd go to the grocery store and whatnot, almost every time I'd see a truck, and so I'm out there for 5 minutes and I'd see a truck usually. And so now, after about a year of that, Cat Canyon has ceased production altogether, at least for now, and bankruptcy proceedings may be in the offing again. And in the 10 years I've lived in the Santa Maria Valley, there have been 3 different operators out there. So finally, then the trucking of offshore oil, that was denied by your commission and the board, and the federal lawsuit was withdrawn. So that's just the major parts of our local history over the last decade or so. But worldwide, we need to wean ourselves from fossil fuels. The county recognizes this and is poised to adopt a climate action plan. And the proposal before you flies in the face of the objectives of that plan. A few years ago, an local air quality official said in a hearing about one of the oil production proposals, "We're small potatoes, and this project should be approved." When it was my turn to speak, I said, to his chagrin, no doubt, that these were our potatoes, they're your potatoes, and we all need to do what we can do. So even though this project is estimated to produce less than the county's 1,000-ton greenhouse gas emission threshold, 435 pounds less, and therefore mitigation is not required, it's still 999 plus tons of GHGs each year. So this and the public safety hazards are why SBCAN urges your commission to take the steps necessary to move towards denial of this ill-advised attempt to restart production of a very old oil field adjacent to a heavily populated area. The first step may be to direct that an EIR be prepared. I'm not a CEQA expert or an attorney, so if there's a more direct route to denial, of course, SBCAN would support that. In light of the recent history that I just ran through of denials, withdrawals, and bankruptcies, one might reasonably wonder why a company would go to great lengths to restart an old and relatively small field in the face of certain community opposition and uncertain chances of policy board approval. Maybe it's a foot back in the oil door after all these years of denials, or maybe it's a way to generate some revenue to facilitate future development of housing on some of Sentinel Peak's property on Burton Mesa, as their executive vice president described to me. SBCAN would like to see an EIR that evaluated the whole of Sentinel Peak Resources' intentions regarding the property. Your staff is correctly focused on the rack, from the square feet of asphalt and berms, lighting and piping and the trucking rules. Sentinel Peak, it seems, has bigger ideas. SBCAN has sustainable communities and a sustainable planet in mind. Your commission is in the best position to consider all of these issues, and we urge you to do so. One last point. SBCAN's appeal stated that the impacts on disadvantaged communities along the route have not been addressed in the neg deck. And the staff response is that county policy and CEQA don't require such impacts to be evaluated, and there are no environmental justice communities along the trucking route. There may be none in Santa Barbara County, but there are at the other end of the route in Fresno County. If county policy doesn't require such evaluations, the county policy should be changed. And just because something isn't required doesn't mean it isn't a good idea, kind of like not scheduling a public hearing or not conducting a full environmental analysis because it isn't required. I believe your commission can require these things and hope that you do. Again, SBCAN urges your commission to not certify the flawed mitigated neg deck and instead to order preparation of a fully IR or take other action leading to a denial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And any questions?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Reed.
Okay. All right. This is, we've appeared in these hearings for many years, and on some occasions we disagree, on some occasions we do agree. In terms of your appeal, I think as we discussed before, there are some of the issues you raised we at least have partial agreement on. Others we do not. I am in agreement with your statements that you think the term is too long, is excessive. I would agree with that one. You also refer to the earlier case with respect to the Exxon trucking proposal and the fact that in your assessment, the County Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors rejected that because of their concerns with the hazardous route, which would go over Highway 166. Is that correct? That's what you said. That was your assessment of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, like you said, we've both driven over 41 and 166 for many years, and although both are two-lane rural, I think 41 is a much, although I have concerns about it, I think a much higher quality with fewer curves and fewer grades than 166, and far fewer miles adjacent to sensitive waterways like 166. You find that to be accurate?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. But as I recall, hearing the arguments in front and the decisions made by the prior Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors, I think one of their biggest concerns in terms of rejecting the Exxon proposal was their concern that by approving that, it would enable the restart of their offshore operations and the reactivation of the heating systems used for that oil, which was notably the single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the county. Isn't that correct?
Those were major concerns, yes.
Yeah.
But I don't know that they were the reasons for the denial. As
Right.
I recall it, it was quite focused on the risks of upset.
Yeah, well, I also recall, at least on the part of one individual who stated their opinion, it was a very significant element in those decisions. And how many heating units are associated with the Lompoc oil field we're talking about?
I don't know that there are any.
I think they don't use cyclic steaming there. Is that correct?
I don't know.
I think in the staff presentation is they do not use cyclic steaming.
That's
They do
correct.
not use enhanced production methods. Isn't
That's
that
correct.
correct? Okay. And in our prior lives, when we were talking about Measure P, it was primarily in opposition to enhanced production methods. Yet these wells have produced light gravity oil. They produce it unaided by greenhouse gas generating production methods. So I would kind of assert that if you look at the various methods available to produce oil, this is one of the cleanest available. Okay, I'd like to move on. No cyclic steaming. You characterize this as being like the Cat Canyon projects that were ultimately rejected. Well, all of those also included cyclic steaming, so would have been much more intensive in terms of extraction than this project here. I'll just interject that. So finally,
May I respond?
yes.
So I don't think I characterized it as being the same. I do understand that it's a lighter crude at
Right.
Sentinel.
Right, but you did, you refer to those nonetheless. Yeah, and with respect to Phillips 66, don't get me started on Phillips 66. I'm not a fan. So, I mean, they've created a great degree of consternation, feelings of abandonment, if not betrayal, on the part of many, many local producers and royalty owners. So we won't talk about them again. At least I won't. And then finally, I mean, you're pleading for a higher degree of review, a conditional use permit for this. Is there any sort of an oil project you could conceive of where you would not demand or request a full EIR or a conditional use permit? Or is that something that's just constitutive for you and your group?
The one oil project that I can remember that we didn't object to was after the spill in Gaviota. There were some tanks that were full of oil that sat there for a year or two, and seeing that they didn't have a pipeline coming up soon, and they proposed to use tankers to haul that oil out of Gaviota, and we didn't fight against that.
So that oil, just due to the fact that it came out of a tank, was not as hazardous as something you think that's freshly extracted?
It seemed like it might have been more hazardous to just leave it sit there for years. I seem to remember there were arguments made along those lines, that it was not safe to just leave it there for years and
I
years.
agree it was better to remove it, but yeah. And then finally, just one, you said now when you go to the store, you see one oil truck passing by about every 5 minutes?
Correct.
Correct? So is an hour going to produce a significant difference in your observations? I don't.
On Clark, on the way to the grocery store, that wouldn't have made a difference. Yeah.
Although there are a great many there's still a great many oil trucks. And if you look at the oil trucks going to Fresno, there's still a great many on the road. So in reality, I think this number will be rather inconsequential relative to the total frequency. Not that I don't have concerns about the traffic right in our valley here.
On Betaravia, it would make a difference. I'm there a lot, and I don't see tanker trucks very often. I've seen them once or twice.
I'll be revisiting that later. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Not at this time, so this would be the time that we are going to open it up for public comment. And, applicant, I'm sorry. I'm just jumping. Sorry about that. Applicant, your opportunity. And again, applicant, you are limited to 15 minutes, and that includes your reply period. If you have anyone speaking in the public speaking area, they should be speaking with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have a presentation. Oh, okay, so I can advance it. Good. Thank you. My name is David Buddy. I'm a EHS manager with Sentinel Peak Resources. Sentinel Peak Resources is committed to compliance and protecting the health and safety of our workers, the community, and the environment. We have our team today, which I'm a part of. We have Patty Cook, our environmental specialist here. Jason Galklani is on the line. Paul De Lorenzo, our operations superintendent, and representatives from CESP who helped us pull the application together, and our outside counsel that are here today. As was previously mentioned, the oil field's been producing since 1903. Sentinel Peak took over operations in 2017. The field operates under several permits and regulated by numerous agencies in addition to Santa Barbara County. Again, touching on our record of environmental compliance, we are partnering with a trucking company that is well recognized for their safe operations by the California Trucking Association, National Tank Truck Carriers, and also the California Highway Patrol. Tax revenue since SPR has taken over operations is approximately $3 million. Also the benefits to state and local taxes. We're interested in restarting the field and bringing back those workers that work in the field and those contractors that help us operate the field. As mentioned, the field was idled in '23 when the pipeline was shut in. We don't want to operate the truck loading rack for 50 years. There's discussions around bringing the pipeline back into service, and we're very much interested in moving to that mode of operation. Also, the production average, 600-700 barrels a day, is kind of our average prior to the field being shut in. Discussions have talked about the 160 barrel truck capacity and the 6 to 10 trucks per day. You saw an image of the truck loading rack pad. There's a picture of the pad looking east to west, and image to the right there with the yellow outlines of the equipment that's going to be installed on the pad, and the blue outline of the truck that would pull up on location. Most of the work around the pad is related to grading, I think as staff mentioned, and berms to enforce containment, and that containment would be equal to 1.5 times the volume of a truck per our SBCC plan. Minimal impact as outlined in the findings to the environment, traffic, and neighboring homes. The route was selected after a detailed traffic analysis. As mentioned, 165 miles, 31 of it, which is in Santa Barbara County. That route, as found in the study, the initial study, has a less than significant impact on the traffic along the route. Also, as previously mentioned, the volatility of the oil that will be transported in the tanker trucks is less volatile than that used at the gas stations or Vandenberg base. Highway 46, 41, as you're aware, the improvements that were done along the way, Caltrans has been working to improve the safety and providing efficient movement of freight and traffic along the route. The green sections are what's been completed. The orange portions along Shalem is scheduled to be complete January of '25. And the Y portion, in my discussions with Caltrans, the majority of the alignment upgrades and safety improvements are also scheduled to be complete in January of '25 as well. Finally, again, as mentioned, the hazard mitigation plan for the trucks touches on training, GPS data, cameras, and technology around those trucks. And SPR would generate and have approved by the county a spill response and protection plan, which would include training and drills. The rainy day events and the shutdown around those was mentioned. We're very interested in complying with the conditions of this permit and would be working with staff to generate the plan associated with that to make sure we are in compliance. And again, touching on the trucking company's awards, well recognized for their safe operation. SPR thanks staff for their preparation of this report and supports their recommendation, and we urge the Planning Commission to deny this appeal.
Thank you. And commissioners? Commissioner Biley.
Just a really quick question. Thank you very much. What is the truck company? Did I miss this in the staff report?
I don't know if it's in the staff report, but we're partnering with Gazelle Trucking.
Okay, like gazelle, like the animal?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Reed?
Commissioner Bradley took my question.
Yeah.
One of them. I was wondering if it was Gazelle, because I'm very familiar with the Gazelle. I've been driving behind them for, like I said, 35 years. They never, I know they're GPS monitored. They never go beyond 57 miles an hour, even if they're on a downgrade. And I know they're, so among all the companies that I'm familiar with, I think that is the best. That was the one I was hoping you'd go for. With respect to the term, you made a mention of the fact that you'd be receptive to a shorter term.
Yeah, we're, as I mentioned, definitely not interested in trucking the oil. We'd like the pipeline to come into operation sooner. If that is a condition of the approval, we'd be open to a 25, 30 year.
25?
25 year.
Okay, so 25, that would be excellent. Now, another question I had, if as I said, my initial concerns, even initial concerns of appellant, were having to do with traffic. And my primary concern when I first saw that the traffic was going to come up 135, turn onto Betteravia Road right out here. If it's not the busiest stretch of road in Santa Maria, it's the second busiest, because it's full of large trucks, large agricultural trucks, tractors, a lot of normal vehicular traffic, which is particularly intense during morning and afternoon drive times. I'd had some earlier ideas around routing, each of which involved, I would say, significantly longer routes and potentially more greenhouse gas generation due to the fact they would be longer and different routes than what had been considered here. If you were to have a request that you limit the truck operations to off-peak operating hours, would that be something that would be acceptable to you?
Yeah, we can work with staff on defining that and putting guidelines in.
Well,
on
my
that.
definition would be not trucking between like 6 and 9 in the morning, because there's an enormous amount of farm worker traffic and things that time in the morning, particularly like 6 on along the freeway and the intersection, Betteravia and 101. And then probably a similar thing in the afternoon. They get off around 3, from like 3 to 6 perhaps, and a lot of school traffic, people going to and from school, as well as worker in those two segments. So you could be comfortable in incorporating something like that?
We can work around peak hours.
Okay, all right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
And I have
Commissioner Park?
I've just a couple questions for you. How much grading is going to be involved in this project? It's under 150 cubic yards, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't have the number, and we're feverishly looking it up there, but it's a small amount. I know you came to the site.
Yeah.
We basically want to ensure that we have proper sloping and proper containment around the location. It's minimal.
So you have an ingress road, and then you have the loading site, call it a pad, then there's an exit road. It's kind of a circle.
Correct.
And the road's already there, right?
Yes.
Do you need to widen it?
We need to do some trimming of some oak trees, which has been picked up in the analysis, and we need to pave the slope into it so that we can assure proper traction. But that's pretty much the limitation of the road work.
So it's minimal
all existing,
grading on the
yes,
road, and then the pad's already there, right?
Correct.
In fact, I think you showed us a slide. You're not even using the whole pad for this.
It's a small area of it. Correct.
Yeah, yeah, and it's already paved.
It's a dirt pad.
Okay,
dirt.
it's got some hard surface on it, some gravel or something.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what my feet felt. Okay, so your grading's just mainly the containment berm.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm a little troubled that we're involved here looking at what's going to happen miles and miles away, but that's just kind of the way the law works. And I have some questions about using Highway 41 vis-a-vis an alternative of 46 all the way to 5 and up the 5. And are you the guy for me to ask questions, or do you have somebody here that I should ask those questions of to be
I guess it
better
depends on
informed?
what the question is.
Okay. We had a slide up there, I think it was on your PowerPoint. Mr. Briggs, can you operate that kind of stuff and get us there? I know if we had smart young staff, they'd get right on it, but.
Is it on?
I'm just teasing him.
This
the,
this one?
Yes. Golly, you're good.
See?
All right. So it seems that there's a lot of improvements that are already made on Highway 46, right?
correct.
And 46 is just a flat, straight road. Doesn't have all those curves and whatnot of 41. So have you considered using 46 to the 33 or 46 to the 5 and taking that route instead of 41?
It's a longer route. And as has been previously mentioned, 41 is a well-established route for industrial traffic as well as public traffic. It's a short stretch of the road, but yeah, our focus has been on 41.
Focus is on the distance then. Okay, so if I'm weighing these, I'm thinking, okay, 46 is longer, you'll generate more air pollution by driving that longer distance. But 46 is flatter, probably safer. It's a wider road. I've driven it by accident many times. And it's just safer. But then you're putting people on the 5, which is everyone's driving 95 miles an hour. Maybe it's better to keep them on the 2-lane roads. I don't know. And 41 is windy, but it's got pretty good road shoulders. And unlike Highway 166, it has a nice long passing lane. And also much of 41 is kind of a long, straight climb up a slope or down a slope that is very easy for passing. You know what I'm speaking of. And so, I mean, I can see pros and cons to both. I'm just wondering if there's somebody here who's both smarter and better informed than I am to comment on which is better, other than there just being a distance difference. So.
Yeah, I guess our preference would be, the preferred route that was outlined. Making accommodations for hours, I think will help some of that travel. But we do like the route, and there was a lot of analysis that went into it.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Buddy.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Reed?
Oh, yeah, if I could just kind of interject, because Commissioner Park and I had discussions about this route. I had first favored staying on 46 to Blackwell's Corner, hitting 33 north, but that in our discussions, you said that would increase the average trip by what, 30 miles, 25 miles?
I believe it's in excess of 40 miles.
In excess of 40, so it would be a significant increase in distance. And then looking at 41, my primary concern on 41 was just antelope grade. The rest of it is, like I said, it's been modernized, sweeping turns, greatly improved over what it was years ago. The only problem here is antelope grade, which is just after you turn off from the Shalom turnoff. You work your way up that kind of winding grade until finally there's some turnouts, which nobody ever, I have seen amusement, not often, until you get to the passing lane area near the crest. And from then on, it's greatly improved, wide sweeping turns, and basically all clear until you hit the junction with 33. 46 is a great road. And if you're going all the way to Bakersfield, it would be a giant difference. But I think that short traverse up Antelope Grade is really the only element on 41 that can be a bit of a problem. And that's only because it slows down the car traffic. But as I said, I've seen a great many of Gazelle's trucks and followed a great many Gazelle truck over that exact route for many, many years. And their drivers are very compliant, very conscious of the speed limit. For years, I thought perhaps the name Gazelle was some kind of a joke on something that was so big and so slow. But sorry, an attempt at humor, probably inappropriate. But so that's kind of the essence of that route.
Any other questions? I do have one question. Union Parkway, why not use Union Parkway if
Yeah,
better?
we evaluated
Is it because of that turn, the wide?
the
Loop.
details of it. I apologize, I don't have them, but we looked at Clark, we looked at Union Parkway and Betaravia, and yeah, the analysis showed that the improvements there in Betaravia was the preferred route.
Okay, because Union Parkway is obviously the least congested compared to Betaravia. That's why I asked that question.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for right now. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, remind commissioners this room is being utilized behind us, and then we'll come back with public comment. I will say that the public comment is, there's 7 people online right now, from my understanding. Okay, we're going to cut off. Nobody's going to be joining after this. This was your opportunity. You've heard everybody speak. And so the 7 that are on there are the 7 that are going to be online. They'll have the ability to make their public comments, and I have the public sheets here for those who are speaking. Actually, there's one more. Thank you very much. 5 minutes. All righty. Well, welcome back. And this is the public comment period. And this is about the agendized item we have now before us. Every speaker will have 3 minutes, and I'm not to be rude, but I have to be consistent. So if you exceed that 3-minute period of time, I will cut you off. I also ask that, and I forgot to say this, but I think it also applies right now, is if you're in the audience here, please make sure your phone is off or it's on silent mode, because people will be talking and then you'll hear that ring back there. And so my goal is to hear the public comment, and then once we finish that, we'll assess where we are in regards to time-wise as to this agendized item and determine at that time if we take a lunch break or we proceed on into our deliberations. Okay, so let's start with the people online here.
All right, we have 7 people online, 4 hands raised. I'll just call on the people who have their hands raised. So if you'd like to speak, we'll go ahead and raise your hand. Our first speaker will be Cliff Solomon, to be followed by, and I apologize in advance, I mispronounced anyone's last name, Nancy Avosi.
Okay, and I also forgot to mention, when you're speaking either online or you take the podium, please announce your name first so we have it directly into the record. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cliff Solomon, and I'm asking the County Planning Commission to deny the trucking of oil from the Puracima Hills. Several years ago, we successfully fought the suggestion of trucking oil by Exxon from Gaviota to Maricopa along Interstate 101 through Santa Maria. Now we have this new proposal to allow the trucking of oil from the Puracima Hills over the Harris Grade Road to Coalinga. This is a far more dangerous route than the Gaviota to Maricopa project. It travels through Santa Maria, a town I live in, and will significantly impact traffic on roads that are already congested, and roads that will become even more congested as the city of Santa Maria grows. And of course, Harris Grade Road, which starts the route, is an extremely hazardous road. It makes no sense to allow the trucking of oil on the long proposed route. I also want to add real quickly, there was a comment about suggesting Union Valley Parkway. We are fighting to limit the amount of traffic on Union Valley Parkway because there is going to be a lot of building that's going to be happening there. So luckily, we're staying away from Union Valley Parkway. Anyway, I ask that you deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker?
Our next speaker will be Nancy Avosi, to be followed by Gianna Patchen.
Hello, my name is Nancy Avos, and I'm with the organization Santa Barbara County Action Network, also a resident of the county, and I strongly oppose the proposed Sentinel Peak Resource Truck Rack and Trucking Project. I echo all additional sentiments elevated by SBCAN and the Citizens Planning Association. It is important that we anticipate the environmental effects and impacts of our actions in the light of climate change and anticipate any potential disasters that can occur due to allowing our communities see over 100,000 oil tanker trips over the next 50 years. This means thousands of opportunities for accidents. At the very least, our county's residents are entitled to an environmental impact report and rigorous analysis to grasp all risks accompanied with accepting this proposal. I urge the Planning Commission to consider not only environmental impacts, but also to consider potential dangerous situations for our county's residents. Should a spill ever occur, up to 500 feet could flare up with explosions and additional fires. There are communities living within 50 feet of the road and school buses traveling down the same roads. These facts need to be addressed. I urge the county to deny the land use permit and to require both a full environmental impact report and public hearings before ever considering granting this permit or any similar permits that would promote risks to our environment and to our county's residents. I urge you to protect local residents from outside oil and gas investors, and I urge the county to place more value on the community's input on matters that will directly affect our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Gianna Patchen, to be followed by Bill Woodbridge.
Thank you, commissioners, for your time this morning. My name is Gianna Patchen. I'm the chapter coordinator for the Sierra Club's Santa Lucia chapter, representing over 3,000 Sierra Club members and supporters in San Luis Obispo County. I'm here today because the Sentinel Peak Truck Rack project reaches beyond Santa Barbara County lines. As you heard, the proposed trucking route would send 6 to 10 trucks per day round trip for up to 50 years, from Lompoc through San Luis Obispo County, a little bit through Kern County, and then on to Kings County and up to Fresno County. Of the 165-mile one-way route, approximately 90 miles run through San Luis Obispo County, and that's just one way. The SLO County section of the route across the 101, 46, and 41 passes the Salinas River, multiple creeks, open spaces, and agricultural spaces. This includes a stretch of Highway 46 where homes, businesses, vineyards, and even a water park are right next to the highway, often with only grass between the roads and structures. Oil truck accidents are not uncommon, with hundreds of oil trucking incidents happening in California every single year. This project will inherently increase the risks to our communities. We disagree with the staff report's recommendations for this project. We are asking that the Commission deny the Sentinel Peak Truck Rack project, or at minimum not certify the mitigated negative declaration as written. The mitigated negative declaration as written does not consider existing evidence of significant and unavoidable impacts from this project, especially outside of Santa Barbara County lines. The spill risk poses hazards to public health and safety, as well as ecological, water, and cultural resources. Throughout this process, the potential impacts to San Luis Obispo County appear unconsidered. Commissioner Park, I appreciate your questions regarding other counties' notifications of this process. It is of significant concern that this process lacked other counties' participation. Additionally, the staff report states no environmental justice communities occur along the route, but fails to list impacted communities outside of Santa Barbara County, nor consider that communities and neighborhoods along freeways, highways, and in unincorporated parts of our counties are often environmental justice communities. Even if you are not required to consider them, these frontline communities will be the first impact by the increased truck traffic and spill risks. For all these reasons, the Santa Lucia chapter of the Sierra Club asks you to deny the project or not certify the mitigated negative declaration as written. We would like to see an EIR that encompasses the entire scope of impact across county lines. Thank you, commissioners, for your consideration and work on this matter.
Our next speaker will be Bill Woodbridge, and our last hand up after that is Stephen Hearing.
Hi, Commissioners. Can you hear me? This is Bill Woodbridge. I'm in Santa Barbara. I assume all the commissioners have seen that photo of the Santa Maria oil transfer crash and fire on October 11th of 2021. If you haven't, we can provide it to you. That's just one of many, many crashes and fires and pollution that ruining creeks that have occurred because of oil trucking. In view of the recent Exxon Oil decision by both the supervisors and the Planning Commission, it is very suspicious that this proposal and this permit was approved by one person with no EIR and no public hearings. Why would that be after the supervisors and the Planning Commission denied the ExxonMobil? There's not much difference. We don't need any more pollution in the air. We're trying to reduce pollution in the state. We don't need to add to it. This trucking route would also impact the pavement on these roads severely. I don't know if the supervisors or the Planning Commission are taking that into account. That many trucks on those roadways, that many additional trucks will severely wear down the pavement on all of these roadways. We don't need the rubber from the tires poisoning us. We don't need the air pollution, and we certainly don't need the risk of more oil truck crashes and fires, such as it already happened so many times in this state. I urge you to deny this permit, and at least in the meantime, have an EIR done by a third party and have public hearings. It will end up, the result will be the same as the ExxonMobil. There's no difference. I don't know why we have to keep going through this. One person should not be making this decision. Thank you.
Our last hand up is Stephen Hearing. If our other online participants would like to speak on this item, raise your hand now, please.
My name is Stephen Hearing. I'm a resident of Vandenberg Village. I live well beyond the 1,000-foot notification zone, so I missed the earlier notification of this, but it has since been brought to my attention by SB Can. Friends of SB Can brought it to my attention. I'm a person that's well connected in my community. I belong to 4 different community organizations. I'm on the board of directors of several. So I kind of consider myself well informed of what people feel about this particular trucking operation, and it's negative. The one thing I would really like to bring to the board's attention, or this commission's attention, is the intersection of Santa Lucia Canyon Road and Highway 1. This intersection has a long history of severe accidents, several of them causing fatalities. And considering the long lead time that Caltrans needs to mitigate this intersection to a more safe one is quite long. Have no idea if it's even being considered at the moment. But I would hope that an alternate route for these trucks could be considered. Prior to this meeting, I visited, it's the Google Map Pro 1, I believe it's called. And I saw that there's a lot of secondary roads in the area of this site. I'm sure they're just farm roads, but has there been any consideration to acquiring some of these roads, or at least getting permission to upgrade them so they could use those instead of Harris Grade and others? So I'm hoping that in the current situation that this permit be denied. Thank you very much.
That was our last online speaker.
All right. So now we'll start with the public speakers here in present. We have, I'm having problems reading your writing, but Mary Ellen Brooks. Okay.
Yes, good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My ears are stuffed, so I can't hear myself. Okay, good morning, commissioners. My name is Mary Ellen Brooks, and I am the president of Citizens Planning Association. Citizens Planning Association submitted a comment letter to the draft negative deck for this project, and we read the staff's responses with great dismay. We are here today to voice full support of the SB Can appeal of this oil trucking proposal, and to ask the Planning Commission to deny the over-the-counter approval, an approval that we feel was made without adequate environmental review. We also feel that the approval violates several of the county policies, such as the Climate Action Plan and also the recent greenhouse gas policies. This is not just a truck rack. This is a significant and dangerous project which overturns the county promises made to the communities of Vandenberg Village, Mesa Oaks, and Mission Hills back in the early 80s that trucking would never occur on Harris Grade Road, the trucking of oil. And now we have over-the-counter. It seems to be that the promise is reneged. I want to jump to the end of my presentation because the mention of Caltrans has been given several times already this morning. I was shocked to see no report in the negative deck on the significant number of fatal accidents on Highway 1 between what we call the Y and Vandenberg Space Force Base. I think the number was up to 7 last year. We had one car with 3 farm workers that went off the road at 5:30 in the morning in the fog. I haven't heard any mention about the fog that we have in the Lompoc Valley. Another one was speed in the rain. And then there was, I think, 1 or 2 at this very dangerous intersection of Santa Lucia Canyon Road. The gentleman that spoke prior, he is aware that Vandenberg Village people have written to Caltrans. They have been out there weekly trying to figure out what to do with that very dangerous intersection. And now we're putting the oil tankers in the mix. I'd also like to talk about other, traffic, hazardous waste, transportation. We've already heard today mentioned sometimes the interaction or the mix between possible school traffic and oil tankers. Do know that when school is out in the afternoon at Cabrillo, you will wait through 2 red lights up at the Y. Now that will include tankers. When we start restricting, we need to start restricting for many, many reasons. Okay, I think that's it.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Next speaker would be, I know I'm going to mispronounce that, Lucy, I'm going to say Moms Harrington.
It's Tom's Harrington.
Okay, I was going to read that.
That's probably my writing.
No problem.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for your service to the county. I'm Lucy Tomes Harrington, and I'm a business consultant. And before consulting, I worked for Raytheon Vision Systems for 34 years as a product line director and a senior member of the management team. I learned about the Sentinel Peak trucking project, its scope, its huge volume of oil, its frequency of the tanker trucks, and its dangerous route, and the unbelievable 50-year duration of the project from SB This project represents an imminent danger and hazard to our residents, our children, and the environment. My family and I have lived in Mesa Oaks for over 35 years. Our home is part of the Mesa Oaks Homeowners Association, which received no notification of the project directly. The major egress and ingress route from our neighborhood is Harris Grade at the intersection of Onstott Road. Harris Grade at that section is a 2-lane, heavily traveled road, which has had an increasing number of traffic accidents over the last 3 years. There's also an additional proposed and approved housing project to add 450 additional homes along that same route. So safety is a huge and deep concern. In 2017, we were trapped from evacuation via Harris Grade when the 600-acre Wrecker Fire Road of fire erupted, and only because of air fire suppression, a wind shift, and luck, we were saved. Imagine if a full oil tanker truck were to catch fire at the same ingress-egress point of Harris Grade. Similarly, the same route is planned for carrying the 160 barrels of oil, traversing 10 to 20 times a day. It's the same area that parents, teachers, staff, and children have to use to access their schools. These are Vandenberg Middle School, Crestview Elementary, Manzanita Elementary, Buena Vista Elementary, Cabrillo High School, Maple High School, and Los Barros Elementary School. Together, altogether, it's over 3,300 children, their students, the staff, as well as the Allen Hancock Lompoc campus. The planned route is surrounded by fragile Burnt Mesa Ecological Reserve on both sides of Harris Grade and Highway 1. According to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the unique reserve, quote, encompasses one of the last significant maritime chaparral areas in the state. The environmental risk of an oil spill from Sentinel Peak tanker trucks would be catastrophic to this fragile ecosystem. I urge you to uphold this appeal and submit a petition signed by 18 residents of Mesa Oaks that support the appeal.
Thank you. You have a
Shall I give
document
it
to
to-
submit to, I think, should be who to go
Mr. Chair,
to?
I had a quick question for her too while we're figuring out how to submit that. Ms. Harrington, you actually talked about all those schools, and what was the intersection that you were saying? Was it the Y in Harrington, or what was it?
The issue is all of the routes, but when I was speaking about our residents and our homeowners association, it's at Harris Grade at Onstott Road.
Onstott, thank
Yeah.
you.
It's at Tomes Harrington. Yep.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be Janice Keller. Why don't you wait until they finish their business right there? Okay, they just did.
Okay.
And he'll start the timer for you.
Good morning. My name is Janice Keller, and I live in the city of Lompoc. In the past, I served as a city planning commissioner and on the city council. As you are well aware, this project is for more than just a truck rack or truck loading dock. It allows for the moving of crude oil several trips daily by truck for 50 years through portions of northern Santa Barbara County, Vandenberg Space Force Base, and neighboring counties. As a point of clarification, staff seems to think there's only going to be 5 truck trips a day based on the production of 600 to 700 barrels per day. There are storage tanks there, which could be used to store the oil. I'm not sure how that works, but maybe the oil can continuously be pumped into the tanks, which would allow for more than 5 trips per day. Anyway, the beginning of the journey of these trucks is down a somewhat windy and often very windy road that borders urban neighborhoods, passes through high fire areas, and the California's Burton Mesa Chaparral Ecological Preserve. This area is already impacted by heavy traffic, including school buses. The trucking of crude oil, even without conflicting traffic, can be very dangerous, as previous incidents have proven. And the estimation of maybe 1 accident in every 239 years, 1 is enough. And maybe crude doesn't burn very fast, but the gasoline in the truck cab does, and any little spark in that area, which is very dry most of the year, could be very, very dangerous and fire-inducing. Staff said that regular reviews and monitoring will occur. To whom are those reports going? This is a question you need to ask. There's no time of day restrictions. Somebody suggested nighttime. That would be horrendous because of the residents in the area. And I'm also very, very, very concerned about staff saying that it can't remember if the negative declaration was circulated to this entity or that entity. The Highway Patrol didn't respond. That doesn't mean that they are not concerned. It's just that they may not have gotten received the negative declaration. Anyway, this project should never have been approved at the staff level. Therefore, the appeal should be granted, and the mitigated negative deck should not be certified. And better yet, the project should be denied. However, if you cannot do that, you should demand that a full environmental impact report be done. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the last speaker, well, let me just put it this way. Jonathan, I can't pronounce your last name, O'Connor?
It's Ullman, U-L-L-M-A-N.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying.
I have lousy handwriting sometimes.
I don't have my glasses, so I'll put that on.
Thank you, members of this commission. I am Jonathan Ullman. I'm the director of the Santa Barbara Ventura chapter of the Sierra Club. I'm here, first of all, to tell you that we have members who live and recreate in the area surrounding this truck route and places that are impacted by this truck route's services, I guess I could say. So I want you to know we have a stake in this as community members. And you have heard from almost all community members here saying they do not want this. Instead, you have a corporate suite here of fine people, the team, who are representing a Colorado company named Sentinel Peak, and it is backed by a private equity firm in Houston, Quantum Energy Group. They started purchasing parts of Sentinel in 2016. This is Houston-based. They have a lot of energy companies. They call it energy, but the truth is it's mostly oil and gas. And they want to put an ESG spin on them. Okay, so ESG, what is ESG? Anybody who would know. It's environmental, social, governance. And they would have you believe that the companies are helping to save the environment and make things better for the society because they are committed to ESG. But their main goal is to get that oil out of the ground, to make money. And they have only a few groups that they have to get through. And you're one of them. And I am surprised that this staff has approved oil projects again and again and again, and the only time they say no is when 3 of you tell them to say no. And that is the truth. So I am very upset. I'm very dismayed by what I'm seeing. This has the same types of impacts as Exxon does. It should have the same analysis as Exxon does. It's going through neighborhoods. It's going through Orchid, which is building up its housing base like crazy. It's going straight through Orchid. And you guys have the audacity to say that we're doing everything for the benefit of the community. You're doing it for the benefit
Thank you,
of
Mr.
you
Ullman.
and your financial supporters in Houston and Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Ullman. Okay, so, no, I was going to address you, Ms. Blevins. Well, you're part of the board, so if you're speaking, it's going to be part of the time for SB Can.
Well, SB Can has 4 minutes left, so that's just fine with me.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure it's understanding of that. I just don't want it to be said, well, I didn't know it was part of the 4 minutes. So you're welcome to speak, and you're within that 4 minutes, so let's make sure the 4 minutes is up there in regards to it.
So I don't get any individual time, because I'd be here if I didn't belong to SB Can.
You're on the board of directors, so you are part of SB Can.
Okay.
And so you can speak for 4 minutes, you can speak for 1 minute, but you are taking the time to reply. Okay?
Indeed, I am.
Thank you.
It's beyond insulting to me that Mr. Briggs and his department would declare a mitigated negative declaration for this oil project. Maybe he forgot that I live in Lompoc, or he doesn't think Lompoc cares about the environment and climate change. But we do. And I would like to bring everybody's attention to the fact, I'm glad that Mr. Reed mentioned Measure P. Measure P failed in 2014. But since then, not one single new oil project has been approved in Santa Barbara County. Because even though Measure P failed, what we achieved was educating the citizens about the problems of all the oil development here in North County. Focus was always on offshore. And in fact, when I first started getting involved in this, I had to talk to the county about their website and the fact that all they had on the website was offshore oil stuff. I said, where are all the oil wells in North County? Why isn't that on the map? Oh, well, what? Finally, that was put on the map. Now, this is just another example of thinking that North County, Santa Barbara, Lompoc, doesn't pay attention, doesn't care, isn't educated, and I object to that idea. My name is Janet Blevins. I am an elected member of the Lompoc Unified School District School Board. And as such, I have a responsibility to do what is best for all of the students in my school district, 9,000 plus. And I repeat, I'm insulted and offended by the idea that a mitigated negative declaration would be considered okay for this oil project. And I repeat, since 2014, we have not approved a single new oil project in Santa Barbara County. Check the records. And in fact, I'm extra nervous today because I haven't even had to speak at one of these meetings in a long, long time. We are not going to start now new oil projects in Santa Barbara County, and I don't care if it's Lompoc or any other place. And in addition to that, the office building on the project is sinking. So if you've visited there, I haven't had the privilege of going on site, but check it out. The office building is sinking. What else do I want to say? I wanted to start by saying that I appreciate very much all of the thoughtful and informed discussion that went on at the beginning of this meeting. I really appreciate it. As an elected official myself, I understand the importance, and your job is very, very important, and I really appreciate you all. And I'll end there and say thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our public comment here. Huh? Well, yeah. What I was going to say, we're going to have some time into this thing. And so what I'm going to suggest is, why don't we just take our break before we move on to the next one? Because we have the applicant, then staff is going to have his opportunities too. And we'll have our discussions, and that will give us we'll have the applicant's rebuttal during that period of time. Okay, so why don't we just take our lunch break now and come back at 1? Is that good with everybody? All right, thank you. Well, thank you, and we're back here, and we're in our afternoon session. So what we're going to do, because appellant used up their time, is why don't we go back like we usually would, and we'll just start with staff, and then we'll go to the appellant, and we'll do it that way. Because that, I mean, no, because she took up the time. Appellant, yeah. Applicant, oh, did I say appellant? No, applicant, I'm sorry. I was again, just thinking it through. All right, so we'll go back to you, staff.
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, we did hear a lot of different points that came out of the public comment. I'm happy to address anything that you guys have questions about, but I didn't feel like anything rose to the level of needing to be addressed right now.
Okay. Commissioners? I think Mr. Bradley does have a question. No? Oh, okay. Commissioner Reed?
Yes, just to you and staff in general, I was very unhappy to hear some of the speakers criticizing you and trying to belittle you, because, I mean, regardless, on events, issues I've been here in the past, long before I was appointed, I always respected staff, thought you did your best, did a great job, and in a largely very unforgiving environment. So I appreciate your efforts. I hope people do, and I certainly don't agree with that degree of criticism, nor do I agree with one of the speakers' assertion that something seemed unusual or arbitrary because, as he said, it was a staff-level decision. It was not. It was a director-level decision that's prescribed in the ordinances and our regulations. So everything was above board, and I again applaud all the efforts of you and other staff members at P&D.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Commissioner Park?
I want to add to that a little bit because we've had a lot of energy projects over the, is it 6 years I've been on the commission? It seems like all my life, but, sometimes Mr. Briggs and I have gone over it hammer and tongs. And I love him for it because he'll raise his point of view and stick to it, and it makes me a better planning commissioner. I may not agree, but it stimulates, it provokes better thinking on my part, and we come up with better decisions. So if you personally attack Mr. Briggs, which is not merited, he's doing his job and he's doing a damn good job. I feel you're personally attacking me and the whole commission. So just be wary of that.
Mr. Cooney.
Just on, as long as we're on this theme of recognizing the work that our staff has done on this project and does consistently on all the projects, the toughest ones show really the excellent work the staff can do. I want to say, because she's not here, that Director Plowman works harder than anybody in the county, I think, to come to the right result, regardless of what kind of project is presented. And she not only has built a great planning and development department, everybody is doing their best at the jobs they have and even beyond to help this commission come to the right decision. So we often disagree, but it's never because we don't know what's going on. So thanks to you wherever you are, Lisa. We'll look forward to having you back soon.
All right. So I don't see any more comments from the commissioners. So let's go to the applicant. You have 8 minutes left, and this is your opportunity to present any reply or further information that you deem appropriate.
it's working. I don't plan on using 8 minutes. I just want to thank the chairman, members of the commission, and staff for their work on preparing this and an opportunity to present our side on this. I think as mentioned, I don't know that there was anything worth bringing up. I did hear about a sinking office, and we don't have a sinking office in our operations. I know there is some subsidence mitigation that Freeport is doing at their LOGP facility, and they're working with the county on that plan, but that's as much as I know about that. But that's not associated with this project. I think we talked about the single trucks. We're not towing a tanker. And the only other point I heard was Harris Grade. We're not going up and over Harris Grade. We're coming down, which is a very, very short stint, very straight stint down from the loading rack location. So I think those are the only points that I wanted to speak on. But we do appreciate the public comments and concerns, and we're happy to hear those. So thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Park has a question for
I
you.
have a question for you, Mr. Buddy.
Yes, sir.
And you have to pardon me. I don't know if my question is relevant or not, and I won't until you answer it. Okay? And I know that up in, is it Price Canyon that you call the field?
In Arroyo Grande?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you've got about 2.5 times the oil output up there than you do here, right?
Yeah, it's yeah, closer to 2. We're making around 1,500 barrels a day there.
Yeah. And obviously that oil gets transported somewhere. Where does it go and how does it get there?
It is trucked and to Bakersfield? Pentland Station.
So it's going up 166 to Pentland? Is that how, or is it going across 58 or
166.
something?
Yeah.
166? Okay. All right. So it's you're trucking that oil out. It's just following a different route than what this would do.
Correct.
And I'm, by the way, I'm not going to suggest that you adopt that route for this. A little ironic. Your trucks are crossing each other. You know, some are going north and some are going south on 101 for a little ways.
Yeah.
They can wave. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Well, Commissioner Reed.
Oh, I'd just like to say that I'm very impressed during our discussions we had the other day and what you said here, that your company seems to act out of goodwill and is more than receptive to modifying your project to meet the needs and concerns to us. And among all the statements we heard today, one I certainly can't understand, and I think is certainly without any reasonable basis, is to criticize your company by having out-of-state ownership, as well as to criticize you by having a profit motive. I thought that's what our economic system was based on, so I completely reject those, and I don't think they have any basis whatsoever as any material to base a decision on, particularly at this proceeding.
Yeah, our CEO of the company started his career in California, over in the Valley and other areas that I'm not fully in touch with, I believe with Texaco, and took a pause in his career and moved to Denver, and is raising his family with his wife there. And he still lives in Denver, doesn't want to move out of Denver, and I think he has a couple of accountants there that are also working out of that office, but all our other operations are here in California. We have no other operations outside of California. And we have offices in Bakersfield, over in the coast, at Lompoc, Arroyo Grande, and excuse me, in LA. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Buddy, correct me if I misremember, but I thought I heard you say clearly that what your company wants is not to be in the trucking business, that basically, you would prefer to go by pipeline, which is an option you don't apparently have at this point.
Not at this moment. So if operations can be restarted with a pipeline, we would prefer to go that route. I mean, we'd like to keep the trucking as an option, as a backup option, but definitely wouldn't be our first option.
Well, my question was really whether you've heard or had the opportunity to learn about interest in restarting the pipeline, which, would probably have made it unnecessary for us to even be here today. But it is your position that as of now, you're dependent on the trucking alternative and don't have any immediate prospects for the alternative of going back to the pipeline?
Yeah, we would like this project to be approved so that we can restart our operations, and it's dependent on this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it doesn't look like any other commissioner has any questions or comments, but thank you. Okay, at this time, then, we will fall back into deliberations, and Commissioner Park, I was going to look to you since this is primarily focused in your area.
The irony of your statement you just stated, it's primarily my area, is I didn't think it was. I thought this was a 4th district project. And then when I looked at the staff report, I said, it's 3rd district? And I thought, oh my, what have I done? I want to describe kind of where I am, but my mind is not made up. And so this is sort of a hybrid of what you do, Commissioner Cooney, where sometimes in the tough ones, I say I'd like to hear from my other commissioners, but I want to give you some enlightenment of things that I at least see as issues, but then have you weigh in on it. One, this isn't a very big project. It's oil that was flowing and being produced up until a year and a half ago. It's about a minimal construction project, as you can imagine. Everything's already there. Now, what's new about it, though, is it's trucking instead of a pipeline. And so it does raise legitimate issues that people are concerned about of safety. One thing that disturbs me is that we aren't sure whether we've afforded an opportunity for other jurisdictions, counties, cities, et cetera, that are affected by this to weigh in. And I'm concerned about that. And I'm still a little concerned. I am voting on a pipeline right through the heart of Santa Maria, and I don't know what the city of Santa Maria thinks. So that's a concern of mine. And another concern of mine is duration of this project. I don't think it's going to last 50 years because we keep actually discovering more new oil. And what's going to make oil go away is electrical generation becoming so cheap, oil won't work out anymore, and we're just about there with solar panels. Or a legislative action, and it's not up to this planning commission to act as though we're legislators and outlaw oil, okay? If that happens, it happens. Probably if you literally produced for 50 more years, in 20 years, the trucks hauling that oil will be electrically powered. I think that'd be a fair bet. So who knows what's going to happen? But I think 50 years is too darn long. I'm kind of reiterating arguments I made in the cannabis wars that giving permits out for a long, long time means we don't really know what's going to happen, and we don't really know if this is going to be a traffic or rather a safety problem in the local neighborhoods or not. And we're either going to say, I guess I'll try it, or I guess we won't. And I don't much like that. And if Dan Blau was here, he'd get mad at me right now because I'm going to propose that instead of a durational component, we would do well to have an adaptive management plan here that said if you have so many crashes along the route or you have so many somethings, they're objective measures, then you reopen the question of the route itself and of the hours of operation. And we've done that in numerous instances in different kinds of areas, I mean, different kinds of issues. We did it with Strauss Wind Energy, and we'll be having a Strauss Wind Energy hearing in a couple of months on whether that adaptive management plan is working or not. If we had one, then we wouldn't be debating whether we have authority to impose a condition of approval to shorten it to 5 years or 15 years or 20 or 35. And we wouldn't have a debate over that because we'd know we can approve something, and if there is a problem that arises, we'll fix it. And that's the value of adaptive management plans. My mind is open about whether we need an EIR or not. There's impassioned arguments on each side. I kind of wish these days that people would just do them, get them out of the way, spend the money that's necessary for it, and then we wouldn't be arguing about it. But here we have it, and I'm particularly interested in hearing from my other commissioners, do they think we need one or not? And I'm particularly interested in hearing from the other commissioners as to whether we need modifications to this route. Where am I going here? I personally think we would benefit from a continuance of this matter so we could verify there's been adequate noticing of every jurisdiction and they've had their opportunity, so that we could explore this adaptive management plan idea, which I think would resolve the problems with EIRs and duration, and that I had a couple of other reasons for that, but that's where it's at. And I also hope a continuance would allow kind of the temperature in the room to get a little colder. Okay, so I'd love to hear from Commissioners Briley and Cooney about their thoughts on an EIR, and I'd love to hear from Commissioners Martinez and Reed about the route.
Well, Commissioner Cooney was right up there, so Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that it's been illuminating. It's been an interesting project to look at, and I think my dissatisfaction with the land use process colored my thinking about what we didn't know. Staff has not hidden anything, but the process just doesn't allow as much exploration on the part of the commission or the public. And I'm not going to say that it wasn't legal to go this way. It may have been perfectly fine, but I do regret that the environmental review process has been truncated, and the real future of this project is left in doubt. If I had to vote today, and I do, I would vote to deny the project on the basis of the environmental review and the concern I have with what was revealed by the information presented to us today and in the mitigated negative declaration. Yes, maybe it wasn't justified, but I think taking shortcuts often makes the route longer. And so I'm definitely going to vote against approving the project today, and hope that the continuance alternative, if it's alive in your mind, Commissioner Park, would allow us to perhaps resolve the matter between the parties here.
Mr. Briley?
When I don't automatically agree with staff, I have to do a lot of extra work because staff does a very good job of consistency findings and research in bringing their recommendations forward to us. So I have a fundamental problem with this, just more on a policy level, because the county has adopted things like a clean air plan. I let myself go way down the rabbit hole on the Air Pollution Control District site and looked at all the policies that are over there that are not technically part of the comprehensive plan, but that reminded me that it's still policy by the county. And so as much as this is on the face of it about a truck rack project that is only facilitating movement of oil or, this material by truck, which the county has consistently not wanted to do. So I am initially saying no on a policy level. We have been a no oil by truck county for a long time, and that is where I rest today. The idea of adaptive management plan is very intriguing, and I didn't want to go before Commissioner Cooney because a lot of the conditions already have an adaptive management plan kind of built into them in terms of monitoring, but I'd actually asked staff to help us find those. I only found condition 5, and most of the other conditions of approval, understandably, are about just the construction of the truck rack project, not the ongoing trucking, other than reporting the route and compliance on that thing. I'm not sure if in staff's opinion, they can give us any opinion of conditions that are already in the land use permit that would qualify for an adaptive management plan. So can we just pause there and ask that question because it has to do with my next point? Or maybe you just want to give the time, Mr. Briggs, to think about that.
He sounds
Go
ready
ahead,
to-
you know.
Go ahead. Do you want me to go?
Yeah.
Okay. So my Adobe Acrobat just died on me, and I was going to pull up the condition numbers. There are a handful of conditions related to the trucking activity that require updates of their spill response plan. There was a trucking safety requirement that has a whole host of requirements that these guys do to certified drivers and track the trucks with electronic devices. And there's a full list of things that are escaping my memory right now. We have the no trucking during rainy days. There are, I think, a group of 5 conditions that apply to the trucking activity itself. And that package of conditions we really pulled from our experience on ExxonMobil. And so I kind of view what we put together here in terms of mitigation measures that address trucking safety and reducing the risk of spill. We're basically pulling from our experience on ExxonMobil, and we're applying those same mitigation measures that were applied to Exxon to this project, knowing that the commission would be interested in these items. I mean, when we started working on this project, we were looking ahead to this day right now and thinking, hey, let's imagine ourselves in front of the commission and put together a package that we think is going to be robust enough to withstand their scrutiny. So there are measures in there built for making trucking safer and reducing the risk of spill. Obviously, we did not anticipate an adaptive management plan. So if you're looking for those types of features, they're not really there. That's something that the commission would need to give us pretty good direction on so that we could go and create an adaptive management plan and bring it back to you at a later date.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, like I said, I start out with the policy and consistency, so I may not be able to support it even if you do an adaptive management plan, but I think that's a great idea. On the issue of CEQA, I'm actually not concerned about the MND. I'm not sure what more would come out of an environmental impact report. I think that all of the analysis is here, but see, I'm coming at it from a policy standpoint. I'm not coming at it from a code and consistency, issue or CEQA, because they've done all of the analysis. They even revised the MND to add in ADT and accident data. So I don't know that that would further it along. I think it's really just, do we want it or do we not, in a trucking form. So I don't have an issue about the CEQA clearance. I am concerned about the policy issue, and it concerns me that the comprehensive plan apparently, as it's currently published, doesn't have anything that says the county shall endeavor to try to avoid trucking of, hydrocarbon fuels at any cost possible. I guess I can't find that policy, and maybe it doesn't exist in the comp plan, but there are other documents on the county's website that talk about it for air quality plans. Therefore, I am inclined probably not to support the case based on mostly policy, nothing else. I hope that makes sense. And I would be thrilled to participate in Commissioner Park's idea about an adaptive management plan. I think that's a logical pursuit.
Thank you. I think I'll go next because I'll just go down the road from the representing Santa Maria. These are my thoughts. Is that I'll start out by saying that the economic investment in a situation like this is huge. It's not just a few pennies, and the interests of when I hear fellow commissioners talking about, well, what's going to be happening down in Paso Robles or whatever, I'm limiting my thoughts as to Santa Barbara County because that's where we're centered on, and that's where we live, and we are community members of this county. And the trucking issue of the emissions and so forth. Already you have the Air Resource Board. Air Resource Board is going to be down their throat in regards to so many of the policy issues regarding trucking. So you got to qualify for those things. What caught my ear was the reopening of this facility would include an economic advantage to this county, let's just say, and I don't know where all the workers necessarily would be living, but be living wages, which what we looked at when the windmill project, living wages, people working. Here we have a situation where we're going to have that happening, and trucking is the alternative to the pipeline. And I heard that there's the concept of maybe there's a resolution between these parties. I doubt it because it was pretty adamant up there, and the speakers who were speaking today was basically no oil. There is no resolution when you have that. And I'm trying to think of my ways of the resolution is that you have to work within the laws to even address a business situation, which is what's happening here. They went through the pathway. They are complying with the law. The staff has recognized that. Staff has done their due diligence in studying those issues, and they're in compliance. They have a business opportunity here, which is going to be regulated one way or another, and I feel that the EIR is not necessary. If you wanted to ship oil in the pipeline, I'm going to say it right now, good luck, because there'll be way more people fighting that as we saw in the other pipeline issues, because there's no way that anyone, from what I was hearing from the speakers, would support any means of transporting oil. I'm not one of those people. I realize that eventually it may come to a conclusion when alternative energy does become a replacement and feasible and energy-wise, but and I can be facetious and say, well, here's they're saying they're dumping out all the solar energy because they don't have anywhere to put it. Okay, so I mean that's something that I've worked with the solar areas. Cannabis, I don't like cannabis, but cannabis is here. It's under the laws. They can do it. They work within the regulations. They comply with the regulations. It's here. I don't agree with the smell, but we can't do anything about it. So I am one person that's going to be in support of this project. I believe that they've met all the means. I do think having one accident, I think it was 200 and some years, no. I think the possibility of it happening can happen. I think that the route that's taken is probably the most logical route, or is the logical route for me personally. It goes through my town here, Santa Maria. I see all the traffics that's going on. There's a limitation, for instance, in the farm vehicles of what roads they can even use as arteries to going onto the 101. That's something that I've been well aware of. They used to use other roads, but they can't. So you get compressed into what roads you can use, and that's why I was just asking about Union Valley Parkway. So my sense is I am for it. I appreciate everything that staff has done. I'm not ignoring the concerns or the emotions of the sides of saying no oil. I hear you, but people have to work within the laws, and I believe this is what it is. Thank you. I'll go to Commissioner Reed.
Thank you. I'd like several, I'm going to cover the transportation portion, but several issues kind of come to the fore. First, director approval. People take issue with director approval. Well, I think there are necessarily a hierarchy of approvals and permit types to allow projects which are less complex to proceed through the system to approval, and then require obviously more greater degree of scrutiny up to and including a conditional use permit and an EIR for projects which are more complex. I think in this case, this project was appropriately approved at the director level with respect to the mitigated negative declaration and the response of staff to the appeal. I am satisfied and support staff's responses with respect to the appeal. I have seen no evidence, nothing rise to the significance to indicate a need to go to a full EIR. And in some respects, I think some of the speakers we have seen here, and indeed probably the Sierra Club as well as SPCAN, would declare that there is no oil project that they would allow to proceed without a full EIR and conditional use plan, just constitutively, rather than even looking on a project-by-project basis, regardless of complexity. Heard another statement, we are a no oil by truck county. Well, there are many trucks used to transport oil in this county every day. There are still a number of projects and fields that are producing that had a vested right to use trucks and are doing it. There are a number of other trucks transporting crude, even rail cars that traverse the county. I think if there's a concern over potential for fires and sort of things, I would direct my attention more towards tankers, generally doubles, transporting refined product like gasoline, kerosene, other industrial chemicals, and others that have much higher vapor pressures and flash points. Although the trucks, I do realize, like any other truck, they have a lot of mass, a lot of space, so represent, somewhat the same level of risk as most other large semis, which certainly needs to be taken into account, which kind of dovetails with my initial concerns with the project. I've already voiced my concern that the term needs to be modified, but the initial thing which caught my attention from day one was trucking and traffic. I was first struck by the idea that I thought Betaravia Road was not a good choice. And I had proposed that instead the trucks leave the oil field, proceed down Harris Grade to La Purisma, go on La Purisma, then take 246 to 101. But it's been shown that would generate longer trips, take additional time, generate more greenhouse gases, and necessitate noticing another proceeding, etc. On the north end, I had earlier on recommended to applicant that they consider, which they did during our discussion, staying on Route 46 until you hit Highway 33, thereby avoiding 441. But that would again produce a significant increase in miles and greenhouse gases. So last night I retired, thinking about alternatives, thought of a discussion I'd earlier had with Director Park relative to perhaps we could use other times. So I mentioned, as I have in my earlier comments, I think I could be comfortable, my concerns could be removed if we use the present route, the initial route as described, but limit the trucking hours to off-peak times. Again, avoiding trucking between approximately 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock in the morning, because that is kind of the peak time for agricultural and farm worker traffic along Betaravia Road. And again, restricting traffic so no truck trips are made between about 3 and 6 in the afternoon, which would again avoid farm worker traffic and would also avoid the getting out of school sorts of traffic in areas that are near schools, particularly in areas near Mission Hills and Vandenberg Village, as was mentioned, because I think as we recall from the rezoning in that particular area, it's partly my 4th district and Commissioner Park's 3rd district. So there is overlap right in that area. So what happens in Vandenberg Village, Mission Hills, I believe, from our rezoning discussions is much of it is 4th district. So it has some overlap. So hopefully that off-peak hour trucking would alleviate many of the concerns and much of the risk due to just increase in traffic volume during those hours. So we've heard some other, a lack of noticing to other counties that the trucks would transit through on their way up there. We weren't able to get a solid answer on that at that meeting, but my feeling is I don't know if that's because there isn't a solid answer or because perhaps the primary planner was not available to do that. Oh, so I'm hearing we have an update.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Reed. So after our discussion about noticing, I went through the documents and I did look. For the purposes of the MND, we notified the cities of Lompoc and Santa Maria, and we also notified the county of San Luis Obispo. And then beyond that, we did not notice.
Okay, thank you. That removes part of them, so we still may have Kern and portions of Fresno County, but and good city of Coalinga. But I suspect Coalinga would be quite receptive, although that's my belief because it's a long-time oil town. But so that noticing, we heard the matter of the adaptive management plan. I would definitely support the project 100%. I'm not going to change from that. I was hoping to be able to dispense with the appeal, which I think the issues have been well addressed by staff, and reject the appeal and move forward. I wanted to get it wrapped. My initial goal was to get this affair wrapped and not have it drawn out into a longer format with additional hearings and an EIR, because at the same time we're looking at this, we're also looking at the Ag Enterprise Ordinance. And the heart of that was to come up with a more user-friendly regulatory and approval program so that vital economic needs of residents and stakeholders in the county could be accommodated without an overly long, expensive, and challenging approval process. Yet, when we look at this, I am hearing voices that say, well, that concept should only apply there. And of course, we can't extend similar consideration to other sorts of programs that run afoul of some of the interest groups in the county. Well, I reject that. I think we should accommodate all sorts of business in the county by making approval processes a bit friendlier and a bit less time-consuming and expensive, particularly for projects of rather low complexity, such as this one. I would be prepared, though, to come back if the balance of the commissioners and staff and applicant would be in agreement that perhaps we should take an extra hearing or so to really look at adaptive management plans and see about noticing for Kings County, Fresno County, and Coalinga. So I want to wrap it up, but I would be receptive to accommodating those two things that Commissioner Park mentioned. But I'm again wholeheartedly in favor of rejecting the appeal as soon as possible and getting this worthy project approved as soon as possible.
Up to bat again.
That's right.
All right. There's something else that's missing from the analysis, my analysis, that's not staff's analysis, my analysis, that would be helpful. It's another reason why I want to take a longer look at this. And that is, I know that in the housing element, we rezoned some properties that are around this area. I heard reference to, from some of the opposing folks or the appellants, that there are approved projects already that are along, and I'm not sure, was it Harris Grade Road or maybe it was Highway 1, and that one wouldn't see today what the impact will be tomorrow as these things get built. And you know, I noticed when I drove yesterday, took a left turn out of the site, went down Harris Grade. I hit one stop sign. It was right there at the fire station. And I thought, that's a good place for a stop sign if you're going to have a spill at the fire station. And then there was, I think, just one or two traffic lights before you then turn right. And the reason I'd like to know more about these other projects is they may have a whole lot of entrances and exits along that road that I don't know about. And I'm not criticizing either side for not bringing us that information or staff. Sometimes we don't know what we want to know until we've partway through the hearing, and we're this kind of interesting hybrid of professionals, staff. I don't know if you call us amateurs or pests or professionals on the Planning Commission, and then we have amateurs in the crowd. And so if we have to develop more information, we have to develop it. I would want to have that. I'm not likely to want to deny this project outright. I'd like to tweak it, make it better, but I'm not likely to just want to approve it just as it is. I think we can improve this a lot. I also look at the big picture for how the Planning Commission relates to the board. I'm afraid that if we have a 3-2 vote with me flipping a coin as to whether I vote yay or nay, it doesn't help the board very much because the matter will get appealed automatically to the board. I think the board would appreciate it. We spend the time to make it the very best project we can and see if we can get the kind of consensus that we often get. This Planning Commission, in my opinion, is a wonderful institution. I think that every single member of the commission brings a different approach and does it very rationally. Sometimes I feel like I don't even fit in. And I hate to see a 3-2 vote when I think we can work it up more and help the board more if we work on this a little more and see if we can get a 4-1 or 5-0 vote. And I think we can if we continue this and work on an adaptive management plan type thing, which would address the kinds of solutions that one would see if an EIR was required and occurred. And it would address concerns of the residents, and they'd know we're not forgetting them. They'd know that they're not stuck with something for 50 years where there can be no changes, and yet would allow the project to go forward in a reasonable way. So I still would like to continue this, and that'll be my motion, that we continue this to some date that staff can tell us is available. And we have some further discussion today, if Mr. Briggs would like it, on what would be triggering events in an adaptive management plan, although we will kind of need some dialogue back and forth with you on that. So that would be my motion. Do you want me to make that now, or do people want to discuss it further? What do you think, Chair Martinez?
I could work with that. I mean, if we're trying to take a stab at resolving some issues, I could work with that. I believe even, I mean, we can work together. Okay. Commissioner Riley.
Just in case it helps for the next part of the discussion, I would support the continuance as well. The staff report already includes the estimated future traffic volumes in the transportation analysis. So I had the same concerns about some of the subdivisions that were cited by members of the public as coming online, and that would significantly change things. But I think that's actually already been embedded in the analysis, right, Mr. Briggs? Because we have on table 4.14-4, we have your classification and a estimated future volume and a policy capacity. So in a way, that includes the cumulative analysis.
Although, you know, my simplistic mind is just looking at, are there going to be stop signs? Are there going to be more driveways? And the kinds of things where people get into accidents, you know, so it's, I think that what you've just pointed out is very good, but this is more simple data that I'd like to have.
Okay.
Commissioner Reed?
Well, I'd have to look at the exact maps, but with the concern of rezones and things we did during that process, I believe the projects in my district that were out there were off of Constellation, which is not on Harris Grade Road. As far as I'm concerned, they would not be using it for access, ingress, or egress. Now, I don't know about any other private developments and things, but the big one is not there.
So maybe we can ask staff to clarify if this analysis for this one case included anything from the rezone volumes. Would that be a logical thing to ask for as we look into what the adaptive management plan measures might be?
Mr. Chair, you're asking about the housing element rezone sites?
Right.
Those were not considered as part of our analysis in this M&D.
Right. So,
But that's not going to change the conclusions of the M&D.
okay, so somewhere that should be in the record, right? I mean, and I think that's more because it's a low volume coming out of the project. It's not so much that.
Exactly. And that's why I say that.
Okay. We just have to make that clear, because that may be confusing members of the public, thinking that there's going to be all this development in that area and the housing element projects, and that's still not going to cause the ADT from this project to bump up against any kind of a threshold. And then Commissioner Park has his own interests in driveways and how the road functions.
Understood. So the M&D was drafted prior to those rezone sites becoming effective. That's why they're not included.
Yeah.
Does that answer you? Okay. Commissioner Park? No? You're on and off, so.
I was just going to say that I think ADT, I'm looking at traffic and level of service and all that. I'm looking more at risk of upset kinds of hazardous features that might cause things, and that's why I'd like to know more about what's going to be built along this route near these intersections that has already been approved. At least that's what the appellants tell us, and no one's rebutted that. So I think it's good to ask these questions now. There's more I want to see. So that's where I'm at. I'd like to have a continuance so we could work on some of these things and think about the ifs that go into an adaptive management plan, and then the thens as to what occurs if an if condition is met. And the ifs are typically things like how many accidents, so many accidents in a certain period of time, their severity, changes in the road, things like that. If these things occur, then you do something. And then what is the something? The something, you know, for something like this, logically could be modification of the route or the hours of operation or something else. And these are coming off the top of my head, and I think that our staff, now it has an idea what we might be looking at, could do a lot better job than I have just done. In fact, I know that. I don't think that.
Mr. Chair?
Sure.
I know staff asked for pretty specific direction, if this is the direction we're going, and just for the sake of argument, let's say it is. So it sounds like what I'm hearing from the other commissioners are some kind of an exhibit that shows where the pending projects are going to be located and where their driveways are, and maybe that's something the applicant can pull together on an exhibit so that we understand the route better, because, I have to admit, the exhibits in our staff report and online were a little bit hard to follow, and I'm, up here yesterday, reading the route in the staff report and looking at my GPS. It hasn't been as graphically easy as it maybe could be. So the route with the pending projects that we know about on those, and maybe some driveways from those civil engineering plans, as well as maybe a menu with the hour adjustment, because it seems like there was consensus on that, and a timeline on the permit. And if there's other specific things to suggest to staff to bring back, I think that's where they're wanting some direction to try to respond as best they can.
Commissioner Reed? Well, staff.
Thank you. Commissioners, so updating the traffic information to show where the rezone sites are, and then either highlight or discuss driveways and entrances and safety factors, that's the easy part. We can do that. I did hear some
And that
discussion.
includes permitted, there apparently are some permitted projects that are outside the actual housing element rezones. Those
Right,
were mentioned as
in the
well.
Y area. Yeah. So we did look at that. We did consider that. Sure. So that's the easy part. We can do that. I did hear some conversation amongst the commissioners that you are looking at other routes. And if we're looking at the 246, I wouldn't want to go down the route of spending a bunch of time analyzing projects along the 1 or the Y area if we're going to avoid that by using the 246. So if we could identify what we think the preferred route is going to be, then staff can really take a good look at what's out there. And then the second part, if we are going to go to some type of adaptive management concept, I would really like to hear the thresholds and kind of what the major concerns are that you would like built into that, so that we can do a good job in preparing that for our return.
Okay, can I address the route question? One of my reasons for requesting the discussion of the adaptive management plan is to avoid a discussion of redoing the route right now. Okay, so much of what we're talking about is premature until the project starts up again and we see what our experience is. And that's our planning conundrum. We're planning for things that are in the future, and we don't know what's going to happen. So we're guessing one way or the other. And that's what I like about adaptive management plans, because they deal with those futures. So you're not guessing. You find out what's actually happening, and then you adapt to that. So I don't want to look at other routes right now. I agree with you. That would take a lot more data. And it's Pandora's box. If you, for example, took Parissima Road out to Highway 246, you're going along quite a bit of farmland, and then you have risk of upset of oil on that farm soil that might destroy it. And you have things like that. You have the river, so there's always something that pops up when you talk about a different route. So I wouldn't say look at different routes right now. I'd say have an adaptive management plan, so if there's some triggering events and we believe from the adaptive management plan and further discussion that it's worth looking at a different route or a modification route, that's when you do it, and you do it with some experience in hand. And we can discuss those triggering events. I think they're accidents, numbers, where they are, severity, what kind of an accident? A bump in the back of a Volkswagen from a truck that wasn't able to stop in time that causes no damage is one thing. If the truck flips over and spills, then it's a different thing. That's what I mean by severity. And those are the kind of. Also, I think that you can have triggering events that might not have anything to do with the operation of the trucks. It's just the external circumstances change so much. We have people arguing that Highway 1 through Big Sur should be closed forever. I don't think that's likely to happen with Highway 41, but who knows what we're going to see over the years of the opening and closing of routes. And it might be something that's a much better route that they prefer. Of course, the very best thing that could happen under an adaptive management plan is, bingo, we have a new pipeline or revision of the old pipeline that allows us to avoid trucking altogether. So, I mean, I'm trying to get these triggering events off the top of my head. I think that you know what we're looking at. You guys will do a better job of adding to them. And that's the if side, and then the then side is, well, what do you do with it? And I think just shutting it off completely is very extreme and unlikely. More likely is redesign the route, change hours of operation, change how many trucks go in a given day or something. I don't really know. I don't know if we can do a lot better right now today in answering those questions and giving you specific directions. I just think we ought to take a shot at this, because I have some faith that we can work with both sides and come up with something that will allow this thing to occur, and but do it in a way that better protects the public and doesn't, make this look like a flip of a coin and toss it up to the board.
Commissioner Reed.
Yes, yeah, with respect to the route, yeah, I had originally, mentioned or proposed the Route 246, but I could see there are, some attendant potential problems with that, starting with additional mileage, and then approval and public comment, because it does traverse part of Buellton and things. So I would be comfortable with using the routes as proposed, looking at modifying that to off-peak hours for transportation, and then studying and implementation of the adaptive management plan, that program. I also would like to note that with respect to the conditions that staff mentioned, if you look at pages B12 through B17 of the conditions, there are 13 conditions, 20 through 33, which are specific conditions relative to the trucking operation. So it is appears to me to be well conditioned. So with the addition of these others, I could be agreeable to giving staff time to look at those two issues.
So what I'd like to do, Chair Martinez, is just make a simple motion to continue it to the date that's suggested by staff, but not have further discussion in detail in the motion of what are the triggering events, what occurs if the events are triggered, and that kind of thing.
All right. Does anybody have any comments about that motion or suggestion? Mr. Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern is, first of all, we have a system of hearing matters, difficult matters, close matters, matters which typically have factors that we don't know about at the time we're deciding, and we could continue it, and that may be appropriate. I'm worried that we could do a lot of work. The project would be slowed. I think unless the applicant is willing to agree to a continuance for purposes of exploring these things, I would think we'd be just as well to get our 3-2 or 4-1 vote today and let the process proceed. There are very few projects like this that are close that we couldn't benefit from delaying and getting more information, but that's not our system. And so I worry that we've got some false hope in the motion to just continue it. But if the applicant agrees and the rest of the commissioners feel that would benefit this project, I'm not going to oppose that.
Hearing those comments, do we have any further comments or second of the motion? Commissioner Reed.
Okay, I would just hope that, in supporting this process, we don't wind up with a Leviathan. Hopefully it'll be efficient. We'll do it in one more meeting. I do think if we're going to be looking at events in an adaptive management plan, each of those events needs to be well adjudicated. I mean, if the truck hits something that's one issue. If somebody drives out of a side street and whacks the truck, well, then they're not at fault. I think we need to make sure they're well adjudicated. And I want to dispense and dispose of the appeal as soon as possible. So if this will facilitate that, I will do that. I'm a little reluctant to open up another giant can of worms to an extended hearing process. But that in hand, I'm prepared to second the motion.
Okay, so we have a second. Any other discussion? Commissioner Park?
I just wonder, Commissioner Cooney made a suggestion we hear from the parties, and maybe we should have a short recess so they can discuss among themselves and get back to staff. And then that gives staff a little bit of time to pick a date that would work. A date in Santa Maria. I'm just giving you a hard time.
So, commissioners, just to be clear, we're talking about adding the traffic-related information for the rezone projects and the other approved projects in the pipeline. That's item number 1. Item number 2 is adaptive management plan. That's our task.
It is, although when I hear you say traffic data, I'm thinking about DVD, whatever, I think all that stuff. I just want to know what the improvements are going to be. What are the connections? What roads are coming out on the road?
Gotcha.
Okay, I don't need to have traffic analysis. I just want to see, are we going to have stop signs? Are we going to have more stoplights and all that? Because that can make a difference on accidents.
Got it.
That's all.
And then item number 2 is the adaptive management plan.
That's how I see it. Yeah.
Okay.
And you guys, and when speaking to the parties, then if you come up with the dates in regards to the timeline of, in your conversations with the parties, having a timeline in your mind of saying, okay, I can accomplish my conversations with the parties and be back by this date. That's what we're looking for in taking this break.
Sure. Yep,
Okay.
perfect.
Thank you. So let's take, Commissioner Biley.
One last thing, on the list for staff, there was really good discussion about the hours. That would be in the project description, maybe not in the adaptive management plan. So you'd want staff to come back with the suggested revision in hours, or are you seeing that as part of the adaptive management plan? I think it's a project description thing, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a detail, whether it winds up in the project description or the conditions. I don't know.
Well, it's just that
and I don't think we've actually even figured out the exact right answer to that, because these guys have to operate the trucks. They got to figure out, is it safer to operate a truck in the middle of the night when there's no traffic, but you can't see and you run into deer and the truck flips over? I don't know. So I don't even know what to tell them to do in that regard. And I don't think anybody else here does either.
But it's something that staff could pursue with them in preparing the material to come back, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come right back. Thank you. like I said, about to send Commissioner Park after him. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm being like that guy we were just talking about. I know, I'm sorry. Oh, we're on TV? Yeah. Oh, whoa, whoa. Okay. Oh. Hot mic. Okay. Please, we're back. Thank you and welcome back to our professional planning commission here. And please, staff.
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, so I discussed the circumstances with the applicant team, and we identified October 30th return to the commission, and that would provide us enough time to come up with an AMP and to provide the traffic-related information that you asked for. Right now on your projection report, the October 30th hearing is identified in Santa Barbara. Given the project's location and the interest in the local area here today, we are wanting to hold that hearing in Santa Maria. So we're looking at October 30th in this hearing room here.
What other matters are on that day, if any?
There's nothing else on the agenda that day.
Commissioners, your comments? I'm all in favor of it up front, but comments?
I might come in costume.
Oh, okay.
Fine with me.
All right. So the date's fine for, will you amend your motion then to include the date?
Yes, so the motion will be a very simple one, that we continue this matter from today to the October 30, 2024 hearing in Santa Maria.
And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any nays? Any abstentions? Thank you. And that will conclude our business for today's Planning Commission. Thank you very much.